ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
Surfers of the next heat, you can paddle out. Blue just up and down. White now having a look. On a left. He's up and riding with a lot of speed down the line. Tags that first section. A lot of rotation on the turn. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Yellow having a look. Yellow up and riding. Fades the bottom. Checks the first turn. And he's out of there. Conditions very shifty today. Peaks moving right and left. Conditions getting glassy, getting choppy. It's interesting to see. A lot of action though. A lot of opportunity for the surfers to score. Still seeing quite a bit of separation. Our heat score total for our heat leader is 10.5. Our surfer in second position, heat score is a 7.13. So a lot of separation still, even though the conditions are challenging. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. White having a look. He's up and riding with a lot of speed down the line. Let's see what they attempt. Lays it back. Just unsuccessful on the finish. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. In fourth, yellow needs a 5.46 to progress. In third, red needs a 4.34 to progress. In second, blue needs a 5.18 to take the lead. In first, white looking to improve on their backup score of a 4.33. Blue, to solidify their hold on second position, needs to improve on a backup score of a 1.80. 3 minutes remaining. Priority is with red, followed by blue, followed by white, followed by yellow. Red taking off on this one. He goes up into the lip, but that one comes down too hard. We are watching some of the best competitors in the surfing community battle it out here at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026 on Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach, which is surprisingly clean and nice to be on. White having a look. Blue up and riding. And it's the one maneuver for blue. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. White having a look at this wave. They opt in. Down the line for speed. Tags the first section. Oh, 1 minute to go. Thirty seconds to go. Fifteen seconds remaining. And your heat ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Surfers of the next heat, stand ready for the start.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
The heat starts in 3, 2, 1. In the water, we have Kishore Kumar in red, Tain Arun in white, Kalapati S in yellow, and Logesh S in blue. Good luck, athletes. Last score of white from the previous heat comes in at a 6.83, the highest score of the day so far, and the strongest one-turn wave, or the strongest single turn. From the last heat, our surfers in white, Ramesh Budihal, and our surfers in blue, Naveen Kumar R, progress to the quarterfinals. Right now, underway is round 2, heat 2 of the Surfing Men's Open at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. For all those tuning in online, we are at Blue Bay Tannirbhavi Eco Beach in Mangalore, this coast having one of the richest coastlines when it comes to learning how to surf, with lots of surf schools. White having a look with the inside position, carves it for the first maneuver, little of a bobble, and he's out of there. This event is powered by the new Mangalore Port Authority, Deconstruct, and Cycle Pure Agarbatti. It's organized by the Surfing Swami Foundation in association with the Karnataka Surfing Association, collaboration with the Surfing Federation of India, and hosted by Mantras Surf Club. It's interesting to see the development of surfing on both coasts of India. Now with the contest on the west coast, we're seeing lots of names enter the rankings from our surfers on the west coast. I was checking out the draws for the day coming up so far. We have lots of locals from Mangalore in the event. Yellow having a look. Yellow up and riding in the pit, and that one runs away. First wave of white was a 2.50. Last of yellow is 0.37. 16 minutes on the clock. Red having a look. Red up and riding, sets up the bottom turn, hits the first section, looks at the oncoming section. Yellow also having a look, hits the closing section. White now having a look on a right. And he goes up onto the oncoming section, blows the tail out, and looks to finish his wave. 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go. As the judges check out the replay, we wait for scores. Red having a look. Red opts not to go. Cheers to the media team for bringing us the replay experience for the judges, giving that more accuracy to the judging panel. 14 minutes remaining. Red having a look. Red up and riding. Speed down the line. Goes up into the lip. Comes down. Scores coming through. Last of red was a 6.67. Sorry, previous of red was a 6.67. Last of white was a 4.67. Last of yellow was a 4.0. Last of red just a 0.77. Throwaway score. Priorities with blue, followed by white, followed by yellow, followed by red. Red up and riding, blue up and riding. Floater for red, carve for blue. Looks to finish it on the oncoming section, and that one runs away.
Check-in call. Check-in call for athletes of round 2 heat 4. Sanjay Selvamani in red, Sanjay Kumar S in white, Manikandan M in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. Please report to the beach marshal tent and collect your rash cards. Your paddle time will be 5 minutes before this heat ends.
Last wave of red, a 3.27. Situation in the water. In first position, red with a 6.67 and a 3.27. In second position, white with a 4.67 and a 2.50. In third position, yellow with a 4.0 and a 0.37. In fourth position, blue with a 1.87. Blue, you need a 5.3 to progress. Yellow, you need a 3.18 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need a 5.28. Red, you're looking to improve on your backup score of a 3.27 to extend your lead, and white to improve your hold on second position. Your backup score is a 2.50. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. As we see the surfers of the next heat, Manivanan T, Agilan S, Manikanan M, Sanjay Selvamani, Sanjay Kumar S, and Pradeep Pujar. Red up and riding with the lip line finish. Ten minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, your paddle out starts in 5 minutes. In the next heat, we have one local boy against 3 from the east, including our national coach, Sanjay Selvamani. And Pradeep Pujar, one of his coachees from the West Coast. Pradeep Pujar joined us on a couple of training camps in Kovalam, showing a lot of promise as talent from the West. The Pujar family is a big one in surfing coming from the West Coast. I was checking out the heat draws for the day to come. It looks like we have 4 Pujar brothers, as well as 1 Pujar sister, and even 1 Pujari. So lots of Pujars and Pujaris. They are looking white up and riding. Just a bit of an awkward turn there. Yeah, red. We're on the backhand. Blue now having a look on the right-hander. Setting up the first turn and just digs the outside rail. Yellow on the left. Yellow up and riding. Up for the first maneuver. And he's out of there.
Interesting thing to look at from the next round is Money, who's from the East Coast, but he's also been surfing here for the past 2 seasons, instructing here in one of the surf schools. So it's good to see that the East Coast and West Coast have sort of merged, and he also has a handle on these conditions. So it'll be interesting to see what he also brings on display.
6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Scores filtering through for the last exchange. Last of red, a 4.40. Last of white, a 1. Doesn't factor in. Last of yellow, a 1.90. Last of blue, a 1.0. Situation in first still red, in second white, in third yellow, in fourth blue. Blue, you need a 5.3 to progress. Yellow, you need a 3.18 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need a 6.41. Red, you're looking to improve on your backup score of a 4.40. White, to improve your hold on second position, you're looking to improve on your backup score of a 2.50. 6 minutes remaining. Priority sits with white, followed by red, followed by blue, followed by yellow. So Ritik, you must be familiar with the Pujar family. Tell me a little bit more. Red, up and riding on a left, goes into the pit but doesn't make it out. White and blue having a look. Priority with white followed by blue. Blue with a better position goes, but that one slips under.
Yep, action-packed first half already. And yeah, been white looking.
White up and riding. Down the line for some speed. Hits the first turn. Pushes hard on his tail and he's out of there.
Yeah, it's been great working with the Pujar brothers. I mean, they have this real sense of athlete, sense of approach to everything they do. And it's great to see that they have, they spread out through different ages. So it's great to see how the eldest one sort of leads them and the younger ones sort of follow what they say. And we've seen Grand Patrols where it's just the four brothers in the water in the finals and they're just having a ball of a time, helping each other. So it's great to see that spirit in a family where, even the parents are really promoting all of them to do it. And yeah, they're just super fun to hang out with also. Fun kids.
Yeah, a lot of families get into surfing. We see that on the world tour as well, with siblings like the Colapinto brothers, the Pupo brothers. White up and riding. Two maneuvers. Red now on the left. Speed down the line. And he sets up the air reverse. Sticks that one. You could see he was forecasting an air as he was managing his speed and letting go of the first sections to perform maneuvers, instead opting for the air to show us some progressive surfing. Innovative and progressive surfing is the second point in the subjective judging criteria. Nice to see some of that on offer here today from our surfer in red. Waiting on scores for last of white and last of red. Both seem like they're going to improve their situation and hold on first and second position. Looks like yellow is paddling in. Yellow's up and riding. And hits the oncoming section, but incomplete. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Scores slowly filtering through as we are sitting here on Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach. Priorities sits with blue, followed by red, followed by white, followed by yellow. And 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Blue up and riding on the right. Goes above the lip. Sorry, floats the lip. And he comes down. Oh, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Last score of red, a 7.50. That is the highest scoring ride of the day so far. Last of white, a 5.10. In first position, red with a 7.5 and a 6.67. In second, white with a 5.1 and a 4.7. In third, yellow with a 4 and a 1.9. In fourth, blue with a 1.87 and a 1. 1 minute to go. Blue, you need a 7.93 to progress. Yellow, you need a 5.8 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need a 9.07. 45 seconds to go. Priorities with red, followed by white, followed by yellow, followed by blue.
Right, and with that, the air is going to be up for the NMPA replay, so all of you can check it out on YouTube. It was a amazing air to watch, and it's out there for the NMPA replay on the YouTube live.
20 seconds to go. Red having a look in the closing seconds of this heat. He's up and riding and sets up another air, but unsuccessful on that one. And your heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last of yellow comes in after the buzzer. Doesn't factor in. Red and white progress to the quarterfinals. And your heat starts in 3, 2, 1. We are running back-to-back heats here at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. Brought to you by the Surfing Swami Foundation in association with the Karnataka Surfing Association, Surfing Federation of India, and hosted by Mantra Surf Club. The event is powered by the new Mangalore Port Authority and as well as sponsors Deconstruct and Cycle Pure Agarbatti. Deconstruct is our SPF partner. Luckily today it's quite a cloudy day, but don't be fooled. The UV rays still make it through the clouds. Looks like Blue having a look to open up their heat, and he's into the wave, goes up into the lip, but unsuccessful on the first one. This is the 7th edition of the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing. We are now running at Tannirbhavi Eco Beach. This event started at Sasitalu in 2016, so this is the 10th year since the start of the event. As announced by Ram yesterday, White up and riding, carves the first one, but unable to re-enter the wave. Some of our other sponsors and event partners are NorthernSky, Karnataka Tourism, Department of Youth Empowerment, and Sports. White and Blue splitting the peak. Float finish for White, and Blue's looking to finish their wave. Red now up and riding, sets up the bottom turn, hits the first section, lays it back for the second, but unsuccessful. Scores will slowly be filtering through for the first exchange as we see a set on the horizon. The Sports Authority of India backing surfing in India since last year. Yellow up and riding, looking at the oncoming section, he tags it and rides out successfully with speed and control. The judges are looking for maneuvers that start with a bottom turn and end with the surfer riding out with speed and control. That's what we're seeing give us high scores. A reminder of the judging criteria. The judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers on a wave with variety, as well as speed, power, and flow. What is flow? Flow is the act of performing one maneuver after another with seamless transition between maneuvers. 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority is white, red, blue. Scores coming through for the first exchange. Red up and riding right now. Bottom to top turn, looking to finish their wave on the oncoming section. And he rides out. 16 minutes on the clock. And in first position, red with a 4.5, waiting on their score for the second ride. In second position, blue with a 3.50 and a 0.77. In third position, yellow with a 3.90. In fourth, white with a 1.93 and a 0.93. Scores coming through for last of red with 15 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Looks like yellow's having a look, just using that wave to reposition. As we see, there is a rip current in the middle of the primary takeoff zone. Looks like white paddles out hard to find a set wave. That one slipping under. Yellow takes the opportunity and takes off on this one. Carves the first, and that one runs out. Priority with white, followed by blue. Last of red, a 5.50. 15 minutes on the clock. We are witnessing some of the best athletes in surfing battle it out here at Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach. It is Eco, as you can see on the beach. You see the little huts with thatch roofs. If you check out their setup for toilets, it's all bamboo structures. White up and riding on their backhand. Sets up the first turn, looks for a second section, hits it again, but that one runs away. Yellow up on the left. He's out of there. 14 minutes remaining. Underway is round 2, heat 4 of the men's open at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing. NMPA standing for New Mangalore Port Authority. White up and riding on their backhand and sets up the first carve. That one running out of juice. And 13 minutes are remaining.
So just another word on the Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach. It's the only certified eco beach in Dakshin Kannada, and it's being proudly developed and maintained by NorthernSky. So shout out to them to keep and maintain the beach. It's in India, it's really hard to keep that few going. It's great to take initiatives, but it's always hard to keep it up. So we see them really maintaining the beach continuously over the years. With that, athlete check-in for the next heat of the round 2. We have Ajish Ali in red, Som Sethi in white, Ram Kumar in yellow. With that, blue up, and Nitin Florence in blue. I repeat, Ajish Ali in red, Som Sethi in white, Ram Kumar in yellow, and Nitin Florence in blue. Please report to the beach marshals and collect your rash cards. Your paddle out will be 5 minutes before this heat ends.
Situation in the water. In first position, red with a 5.50 and a 4.50. In second, yellow with a 3.90 and a 1.87. White having a look on this wave. They're up and riding, setting up the first turn. Foam climb. Carve, cut back. In third position, blue with a 3.5 and a 0.77. Blue now up and riding on their backhands. Sets up the first turn. That one runs away. In fourth position, white with a 2.33 and waiting on last of white to update you on the situation. 11 minutes remaining. I repeat, 11 minutes remaining. Red having a look. Red up and riding on their backhand on a left-hander. And he's out of there. White racing down the line. Last of white at 2.90. White, you are in third position. You need a 2.88 to progress. Last of blue is 0.9. Blue, you are in fourth position. You need a 2.28 to progress. Yellow in second. You need a 6.1 to take the lead. Red, you're looking to improve on your backup score of a 4.50. First priority with yellow, second priority with blue, third priority with red. White is paddling back out. Red having a look. On a right. Carves the first section. And the second. That wave just dies away. And we see a wave in front of us spitting. How does that work? When you have deep hollow barrels, they compress a lot of air. Just watching yellow now. So yes, when you have deep hollow barrels, they compress a lot of air. And that air needs to go somewhere. At some point, it shoots out the exit. Sometimes helping the surfer riding the tube to make a successful exit. Had the opportunity of experiencing that for the first time in Andamans during the last event. 9 minutes remaining. Blue up and riding with the cutback, but digs the outside rail and goes down. Blue in fourth, needing a 2.28 to progress. White in third, needing a 2.88 to progress. Yellow in second, needing a 6.1 to take the lead. And trying to improve on a backup score of a 1.87. Red in first red. Trying to improve on a backup score of a 4.50. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. White with 2 turns, looking to finish. And he puts that one to bed. White in third. Trying to take second position from yellow. Scoring for last of white, we have a situation change. Last of white is a 4.3. You are now in second position. Yellow now in third. You need a 3.31 to progress. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. As we see contestants of the next heat walking down the beach. That is Nitin Florence in blue from Shaka Surf Club down the beach. Yellow up and riding. White also up and riding. Finishes on the oncoming section, but doesn't ride out. Walking down the beach are 2 mates from Shaka Surf Club, one of the coolest and finest surf clubs and camps down at Udupi. They also host festivals such as the Capoeira Festival, which I had the chance to go to in January. We had surfing, capoeira, break dancing, foho, all sorts of activities, skating. Lots of cool venues building up on this beach. Mambo Jambo, I hear, also has a skate park now. And this event, organized by the Mantra Surf Club, the first surf club on this part of coastline. Five minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surfers of the next heat, you may soon paddle out. Situation still in the lead. Red with a 5-5 and a 4-5. In second, white with a 4-3 and a 2-9. In third, yellow with a 3-9 and a 1-8-7. In fourth, blue with a 3-5 and a 1-2-0. Blue, you need a 3.71 to progress. Yellow, you need a 3.31 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need a 5.7. 5 minutes remaining.
Again, an interesting thing as we see the athletes from the next heat paddle out. 3 of the athletes have been, 2 of them localites, 2 of them paddling out right now who've been surfing here for quite a while. Yellow looking and yellow up. Tries to do a maneuver and still keeps going. Yeah, so again, someone from East Coast been come here. He's been surfing here for 2 seasons on the go. We see him offering a small prayer and entering. And one more who's been a localite, so it's going to be an interesting mix. And one person and a young athlete who is in the under categories, blue looking with that, and blue up and riding. And that's a lip ride.
4 minutes remaining. I repeat, 4 minutes remaining. Priority sits with red, followed by white, followed by yellow. Blue in fourth priority. Requirements are for surfer in fourth position, blue needs a 3.71 to progress. In third, yellow needs a 3.31 to progress. In second, white needs a 5.7 to take the lead. Yellow up and riding. Red up and riding. Thank you. Hits the first section, carves it back for the second. Cuts back the third and looks to finish their wave as he tries for a 360 and goes for a belly ride. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Surfers of the next heat, still 2 minutes and a half remaining. Please keep clear of the primary takeoff zone. I know there's a lot of current, but use it as a warm-up. Surfers of the next heat, please paddle to the south. Exit the primary takeoff zone. And create at least 20 meters of separation between you and the surfers of the current heat. White. Whoa. As that one hollows out underneath them. 2 minutes remaining. Blue having a look. Surfers paddling in the next heat, please make sure to paddle in further south next time so that you don't end up in the primary takeoff zone. As we see blue and white coming close together. Blue up and riding, carves the first section and looks to hit the oncoming section. He rides out of that one with speed and control. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Last of red, a 5.77, improving your lead. 1 minute remaining. White, you are in second position with a 4.3 and a 2.90. Last of blue, a 3.20. Blue, you are now in third position. Yellow having a look on a left. 35 seconds to go. Yellow in fourth needs a 3.31. Blue in third needs a 3.71. White in second needs a 6.97 to take the lead and is looking to improve on their backup score of a 2.90. Red looking to improve on their backup of a 5.50. And we have 15 seconds remaining. And your heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
Stand by,
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
surfers of the next heat, for the start of your heat.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
And
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ
your heat
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
starts in 3.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
Deconstruct Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
Your heat has started. We just ran out of battery on the
ಉರಿಯೋ
mic.
ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
Good luck, athletes. In the water, we have Ajishali in red, Som Seti in white, Ram Kumar in yellow, and Nitin Florence in blue. 2 from the east, 2 from the west.
Right.
Announcement for the athletes and the organizing team, technical officials. Breakfast is ready. Breakfast is served, I believe, in S5 or S10. I'm not sure. Same place as yesterday. Breakfast is ready. I repeat, breakfast is ready. For the viewers tuning in to the live feed, we are here at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing. It's 7th edition. Here at Blue Bay, Tannirbhavi Eco Beach. An eco beach with thatched parasols, huts, and bamboo structures. A clean beach and plants and creepers and trees. We have lifeguards on the beach. And some pretty good conditions as the lineup starts to clean up with the tide slowly filling in. Swell still strong with a bit of mixed swells, creating some double ups here and there, but still plenty of opportunity as we saw some high scoring rides. The highest of the day so far was a 7. It was an innovative and progressive maneuver and an air reverse, but seeing also some strong scores with multiple high 6s coming from single maneuver waves, single strong power surfing in the pocket with vertical powerful turns. And here we have red starting their heat on a left-hander. Sets up the first turn with 2 snaps and finishes it with a third. We saw a combination of major maneuvers here from our surfer in red as the judges check out the replay. Thank you to the media team for bringing the replay experience to our judges, giving that much more accuracy. As we wait for the first of red. Currently, the highest scoring ride of the event was a 7.5. It was the single air reverse. Now we see from our surfer in red a 3-turn combo going into the excellent rage. It is a 8.0. Last of red, an 8.0, the highest scoring ride of the day so far. Red and white having a look. White opening up with 2 carves. Red looking for a backup score. And that wave running out of juice. 15 minutes and 35 seconds to go. In third priority, In third priority, red. Open priority for blue and yellow. This means that they can paddle for as many waves as they want. Their priority is only lost when they actually catch one. "15 minutes to go." White in fourth priority. Open priority on blue and yellow. Last of red a 0.5, last of white a 3.5. Yellow up on a left-hander on their backhand. Section breaks in front of them and they're unable, now making it onto the open face, but that one runs out of the juice. Yellow hits the first section, carves back for the second, and that wave runs out of juice. What we're seeing here is some waves run out of juice due to mixed swells. Priority sits with blue, followed by red, followed by white. Scores filtering through for last of yellow, a 1.83. Blue having a look on a right-hander. Sets up the first carve in the pocket. And he finishes that one off. 13 minutes remaining. That was the heat opener of our surfer in blue from the west. Last of blue coming in at a 2.97. Blue now in third, needs just a 0.54 to progress. Yep.
Right. Athlete check-in for round 2, heat 6. We have red looking as we speak, red up and riding. Trying to generate some speed. Try to snap right there, almost finishes that. Continuing, we have check-in call for round 2, heat 6. Shrikant D in red, Ruben V in white, Rajaguru S in yellow, and Sudin Panyadima in blue. Please report to the beach marshals and collect your rash cards. Your paddle out will start minutes before this heat ends. We have white looking, white up, and riding.
Two turns for a surfer in white.
So as we wait for the waves to come in, and we have yellow looking and yellow up and riding. Okay, reminder athletes, the breakfast is out. It's served in the same place as yesterday. Please carry your wristbands and eat your breakfast, guys. It will run out.
Red paddling in, and that one runs away a little bit too far. Blue now having a look. Red also having a look, and they split the peak. Red hits the first section, and that wave runs out. Priorities with white followed by yellow. Waiting for scores to filter through. Coming up next is the final heat of the round 2 heat 6 of the round 2 for the Surfing Men's Open. Yellow up and riding on our right. Last of yellow at 2.53. Red up and riding. Goes vert, but unsuccessful. Situation in the water. In first position, red with an 8.0 and a 2.90. In second position, white. Now paddling into this one. Sets up the bottom turn. Cuts back. Priorities with blue than red. In second position is white with a 3.5 and a 2.47. In third position is yellow with a 2.53 and a 1.83. In fourth position is blue with a 2.97. Blue, you need a 3.01 to progress. Red up and riding. Lays it back, but digs the inside rail. Outside rail. In third, yellow needs a 3.45 to progress. In second, white needs a 7.41 to take the lead. Red is looking to improve on their backup score of a 2.90. Yellow up and riding, trying to enter the wave, looks at the oncoming section, hits it, and rides out with speed and control. 7 minutes remaining. Blue having a look now, and he's up and riding. That's a maneuver.
So I had an update that yesterday we had over 2,000 people tune in on the live stream. which is a great number for a surfing event like this. So kudos to everyone who's supporting us, and tune in live more today. More action packed. We've barely had time to talk because it just surfers going on wave after wave, and it's been a fun action packed first few heats to look at. So let me throw in a question to you, Percy, as we see them paddling out a bit further. A question on most of Indian minds is when it rains, how does it affect the conditions in the water? Is it safe? How does it change it? And we need
White is asking for a situation update. In first red, in second white, in third blue, in fourth yellow. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priorities with white, then red, then yellow, then blue. Red up and riding. Oh no. Yellow up and riding on their backhand. Goes up into the lip on the oncoming section. Red just having a look, but opts not to go. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle in, out.
Yeah. So coming back to my question to Percy is
Red having a look here. And he's up and riding, fades the bottom, sets up the first turn. Just getting a bit stuck on the second bottom turn, and now setting up the third turn. And he's out of there. Yellow looking, red was looking for a better backup score, and he'll probably improve his situation and his hold on first position. 4 minutes remaining. I repeat, 4 minutes to go. Rain, indeed, rain as we are in the pre-monsoon period for the West Coast. It is possible to get some rain. Last year for the event, we had a cyclonic storm come in, and the beach was shut down, so we had to change and shift venue to a private location. So rain can shift competitions completely, but blue having a look on the left, red just belly riding. One turn for blue, and he kicks out confidently. Three minutes and 15 seconds to go. Rain can do many things. It can smoothen out the conditions by making it nice and glassy, but it can also mean that there's a storm, which brings lots of winds, and with it messes up the conditions. 3 minutes to go. White up and riding on a right. Goes into the lip for the first maneuver, and that wave runs away. Red now having a look on a left. That one doubles up, and he's up and riding. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Previous wave of red was a 5.33, improving their hold on first position. White, you now need a 9.83 to take the lead. Yellow in fourth, you need a 3.45 to progress. Blue in third. In third blue, you need a 3.01 to progress. 2 minutes remaining. Blue now having an opportunity, paddles hard, and he's up and riding. Just a little late on the takeoff. Red having a look. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Yellow having a look, but that one slips under.
With 1 minute to go, priority check. Priority 1 with red, priority 2 with white, priority 3 with blue, and priority 4 with yellow. You have 55 seconds to go.
Forty seconds remaining. Situation still in first red, in second white, in third blue, in fourth yellow. Yellow needs a 3.45 to progress. Blue needs a 3.01 to progress. White needs a 9.83 to take the lead. White looking to improve on their backup of a 2.47. Red looking to improve on their backup of a 5.33. White with priority, opting in on that one, and 7 seconds remaining. The countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last waves do not come in, as they were after the buzzer.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದೇವರಿಗೆ
As I pass
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ
on the mic
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
to our event director, Nawaz.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
For the
Deconstruct Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
In the water, we currently have Shrikant D in red, Ruben in white, Rajaguru in yellow, and Sudin in blue. The last heat, we had athlete in red, red looking, blue looking, and blue taking the open face of the wave. A couple of maneuver combos, still riding out till the end. From the previous heat, we had athlete in red and white qualify for the next round. Athlete in red scoring the highest score of the heat so far at a 8.00.
First set of scores coming in. Blue scoring a 2.33, red scoring 1.
So it's a great pleasure to be sharing the mic here with Nawaz, who's someone I've worked with for a bit now, and love to learn from the experience he has. So how are the conditions changed from day 1 to day 2 because of a bit of rain we had in the morning and in the night, and how does it affect the heats we see going forward?
It's a pleasure working with you, Ritik. True professional. Yeah, the rain, luckily, didn't come with too much wind. So it means that we still have clean conditions, but it has messed the predictability. The peaks are not the same as yesterday, so it's a lot harder to position yourself today. So reading the conditions, positioning, wave selection, I think is going to be the most critical part of today, because we're now into day 2, which means that all of the competitors are more than capable of scoring good rides, but I think it'll depend on how they position themselves and how they understand the conditions, which makes for a very interesting competition for us to watch, but maybe not so much fun for the surfers out there. But they're all trained athletes. And the good part is that the Asian Games is going to be a beach break, and so the more experience they have in conditions like this, and similar conditions to that competition, is good for the athletes as well. So all in all, change in conditions, yes, more challenging, yes, for sure, but I think we're in for a good day. So we're watching blue going left.
With that, currently with first priority is yellow, second priority with red, third priority with white. And with that we have white looking, and let's that one go.
I think there's a very good question that you asked, Percy, and Percy's probably one of the best people to explain, because he's been surfing for a while. He's been a competitor himself. He knows what it's like to be out there. But also the question about the rain, yeah, it's so true. Not many people understand. As we watch white on this right, one turn but not completing it. So it's good to hear from the experts. Watching yellow up and riding on his backhand on this left, getting a bit stuck.
And why I asked that, because we had around 2,000 views and people looking on the YouTube live. So it's good to see for people looking on from far. And if it's the first time they're looking at events, it's a great way for them to really get used to that the Indian Ocean and the Indian waters aren't that harsh. And with that, we also have someone coming in as a surprise for us.
My, we are joined. We just saw Mr. Arun Vasu, President of SFI and Chairman of TT Group, enter the judging area. Always brings a lovely energy to these competitions. Welcome, Arun. As we're watching wide up and riding on this left. To one turn there, second turn incomplete. Just before that ride of white, situation is red in the lead with the last wave of 4.5, backed up by a 1. And in second, blue, the 2.33 and a 0.93. Blue, you need a 3.18 to take the lead. And in third, white. Just wait for that last score of white to see if it changes anything, as we're watching red up and riding. And he's out of that one. So white's last wave actually giving a situation change. White now in second. That last wave a 2.73 and backed up by a 1.13. Watching blue up and riding. Ooh. So white needing a 4.21 to take the lead. Blue before that last wave was sitting on a 2.33 and a 0.93, needing a 1.54 to progress. And yellow in fourth with a 1.33, needing a 2.54 to progress. 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Right, like you said, 12 minutes to go. And this is a check-in call for the juniors under 18 quarterfinal heat 1. Som Sethi in red, Tain Arun in white, Harris Mohideen in yellow, and Raju Pujar in blue. Please report to the beach marshal tent, correct your rash guards, and you can paddle out with remaining 5 minutes of this heat.
In yellow and white. White with the one turn.
That was a big waves with some critical takeoff right there. We have blue looking right after that.
Blue up and riding.
Athletes in the water, you have 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I repeat, 10 minutes, 30 seconds to go. White's last wave scored at 4.17.
Yeah, he now needs a 2.77 to take the lead, which is well within his range. Situation still the same. In the lead, red in second, white needing that 2.77 to take the lead. In third, blue needing a 4.57 to progress. And in fourth, yellow needing a 5.57 to progress. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And the sun's finally out at this beautiful Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach, the only certified eco beach in Dakshin Kannada. And it's great to see a group of ladies really enjoying out there. They're ensuring that it's safe, clean for all of the other tourists as well. We have lifeguards on duty always, and it's the beach cleanup drives that happen daily and weekly out. So we see all the tourists enjoying, and of course creates a fantastic environment for all of us surfers as well. That you have 9 minutes to go. Athletes in the water, you have 9 minutes to go. Priority check. Priority 1 with red, priority 2 with yellow, priority 3 with white, and priority 4 with blue.
Up next, we have the quarterfinals of the juniors. 18 and under boys. Followed by that, we'll have the first of the semifinals. The 18 and under girls semifinals. Wide up and riding, but not getting ahead of that wave. Yellow up and riding. One small turn, change in direction. So Ritik, like I said, it's been such a pleasure working with you, mate. But all of the work we've done so far has been in SUP. How's it been for you now commentating and being involved in the surf competition?
Yeah, absolutely. SUP is something I've focused on for a bit now. And I mean, obviously, I've been around surfing for a long time now, but yeah, just been being around all these top athletes is first of all a great experience in itself. With that, we have blue looking, and blue up and riding, goes on the left, and it gets some speed with some pumping, does a maneuver, still trying to catch the open face. Another maneuver right there, and ends his ride. So yeah, it's a lot more action packed and longer. Our heats usually in SUP, if you're doing the sprints in 2 minutes, we have these national athletes finishing their heats. So this goes on for 20 minutes, so we have a lot more time to look at the best in the business. And even in technicals, you sort of have to wait for them to come back. This, you're constantly looking at them, and you have back-to-back heats, which goes on. So a lot more action pack for sure, and just great to see and get inspired by these young athletes. Which for me, it's my favorite category, as I was saying yesterday, because of how fearless you are. I mean, how fearless they are. So when I'm surfing out there, I'm like, oh, if these kids can do a critical takeoff, why not me?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, on your point of surfing, I don't know if it's more action packed because SUP also has a lot of action, but yes, it's a longer duration of action. So both amazing competitions to be part of. SUP in short bursts has so much energy, and then surfing, like you said, is a little more prolonged, but again, a lot of action when the waves are busy and the conditions are good. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the SUP competition because of weather this time here, but I think from the federation we are looking to make sure that we give equal importance and try and encourage more SUP competitions as well, and as much as possible along with the nationals.
Right, with that, we have 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Athletes from the next heat of the Junior 18 quarterfinal heat 1.
Watching blue. Goofy footer going left. Must like this, and yellow up and down.
Athletes from the next heat, you can paddle out. Athletes from the next heat, you can paddle out.
Yeah, speaking of fearlessness of the juniors, yesterday we saw a couple of critical takeoffs and some big waves, which really is inspiring, I must say. There's no fear, and it's a beach break, so it's a little to watch red. That wave allowing for one turn in a critical section, and he hit it. So let's see what the judges have to say. It is so amazing that we have replay available. It's the first time in a nationals competition that we have it, and judges checking out Red's wave to make sure that the correct scores are thrown out. It's such a difference having replays available to judges, and really thankful to the organizers to make it happen, and the judges giving a 6.5 on the last of red as we watch yellow in that one turn. 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, getting busy, wide up and riding. Wave dying out, allowing for one turn. Priority is with red at the moment, followed by blue.
And with that, a situation check. We have yellow in fourth with a 2.7. Yellow, you need a 5.53 to progress. In third, we have blue with a 6.06. And you need a 3.68 to progress. In second, white with a 6.90. You need a 6.83 to take the lead. And in first, still, red with a total of 11. You still need a 4.5 and better to improve your second score.
All right, last of white coming in at 3.4. It improves his backup, reduces what he needs. He now needs a 6.83. Blue up and down. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. He's getting to the busy end of the heat. Wide up and riding. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Yellow in fourth, needing a 5.37 to progress. And in third, blue needing a 4.34 to progress. In second, white needing a 6.83 to take the lead. And red is currently sitting in the leader position as we watch red and blue take off right and left. Not much happening on that wave, so I don't suspect the scores will change, and neither will the situation. Wide up and riding.
Thirty seconds to go. Athletes in the water, you have 30 seconds to go.
Wide trying to get the best out of that wave right up to the shore. Blue. Blue up and riding.
15 seconds to go. And your heat ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, that was the last of the men's open round 2.
ಅಣ್ಣ
And
ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ
we
ಕೊಡಿ
have Srikanth in red and
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Ruben, Fun Ruben in white.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
Progressing to the
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
quarters.
All right.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು
And the
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
quarterfinal
ಸಮಾನ.
heat 1 for the junior 18 underway in 3, 2, 1.
डीकंस्ट्रक्ट जेल सनस्क्रीन ऑयली स्किन के लिए बेस्ट सनस्क्रीन
And in water we have Som
Uriyo
in
Sannu
red,
oily skin
Tayan in white,
Deconstruct
Harris
ke yes
in
Sannu.
yellow, and Raju in blue. I repeat, this is the quarterfinal of the junior under 18, and this is the heat 1 of the quarterfinals.
So we saw Som and Tayan in action in the open, and now we see them in the juniors. All athletes are allowed to take part in a maximum of 2 divisions, as long as they meet the age criteria. So interesting to see some of the choices, some of the athletes choosing to go for the younger categories, some of them trying the open.
I think I was speaking to Som and Raju and Tain. I think it's a great thing. They were saying that they get to compete with the people they were looking up to, and also compete in their own age category where they're so good. So I think it gives them a mix of experience that really can help them grow as an athlete. So that's great to see that they have that motivation to really compete with the best. And with that, as we wait for the waves to come in, this time we've seen that we have the under 14 categories with both, and we're so glad to have so many women athletes as well. But why the under 16 and the under 18 and the 14 separate categories?
Let's just watch red up and riding with the opening ride for this heat. Yeah, no, we did have until last year just the Groms under 16. We had that for a while, but we realized that ISA has under 16, under 18. So it's important for us to have a little bit of differentiation as well, so that when we do the competitions, that we have enough information and rankings to send these athletes. But also, we decided to go 14 and 18 rather than 16 and 18, so that we create enough of a age gap between the 2 divisions and encourage the younger athletes to be able to win more competitions and perform and place higher. So we thought the spread would be better, as we're watching blue up and riding, and red as well on that one. Blue up and down, and so is red. So we thought we'd encourage more young athletes, and it seems to be working, because I see the level of excitement is higher than I've seen in any other competition before, and a lot of new faces as well. So it looks like the grassroots development that KSA is doing with the different clubs is really working.
When we started the Grom searches, I think, and when we talked to all these athletes that we're the one wave of red coming in at a 1 point. And with that, I'm going to hand over the mic back to the capable hands of Percy. And thank you, Hrithik, for having me. I'll be back thank you.
soon.
Cheers, Nawaz, for that. And we have yellow up and riding with a drawn-out carve, cutback, and white having a look on the left, setting up the bottom turn, going upward, and bailing out of that one. This heat just getting underway with 16 minutes remaining on the clock, plenty of time. Not many waves ridden in the first 4 minutes of the heat. Athletes slowly opening up their scoreboard. The conditions have cleaned up significantly since this morning. When we got onto the beach, there was now is red looking, and goes a little bit too high on his turn, losing the board. So yes, as the tide slowly filters in and the winds calm down a bit, the conditions are definitely cleaning up, and I'm looking forward to see what the juniors 18 and under boys can do with this. Now 15 minutes on the clock. Scores coming through for quarterfinal heat 1 of the 18 and under males. With blue just going down the line there with a check turn, and now cutting it back into the power source. Tries to stick with the wave, but that one runs away. Situation in the water is in the lead white with a single wave of a 6.0. In second, yellow with a single wave of 2.50. In third, red with two waves, a 1.0 and a 0.83. And in fourth, blue with a single wave of a 0.67. Our surfer in blue, one of the Pujar brothers. Last of blue, a 2.07, bumps him up into second position. Yellow in third now, yellow. In fourth, red. Red, you need a 1.75 to progress. Yellow, you need a 0.24 to progress.
So as they wait for the waves to come in, which it is, you talked about the tide coming in. I'd like to know, for the people tuning in, how do tides affect low tide, high tide? How do that affect the waves and the surfing and the competition?
High tide means more water, low tide means less water. And when we have more water, that means the sandbank is deeper down in the ocean. It hits a different part of the sandbank. The way that the waves break is all dependent on how the wave hits the sandbank. So the less water there is, the further out the waves will break, and they break on a part of the sandbank which is further out in the ocean. And the higher the tide, the waves will break on a closer portion of the sandbank. The shape of the sandbank may vary between the closer portion and the further portion, and that creates different kinds of opportunities for our surfers, different shapes of waves. In this case, low tide a little bit more challenging as waves run a bit faster, breaking, closing out, and now we have red and white surfing the same wave but at respectful distances, so both waves will be scored. From the last heat, we had surfer in red Shrikant D and surfer in white Ruban V progressing to the next round. Now blue finishing up their wave.
Right. With that, you have 12 minutes to go, and this is a athlete check-in for the athletes of the junior under 18 category for the quarterfinal heat 2. Harish P in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, Akash Pujar in yellow, and Sanku Karthik in blue. Please report to the beach marshal tent to collect your rash guards, and you can paddle out with 5 minutes remaining of the current heat.
In the upcoming heat, we have two of the Pujar brothers, Pradeep and Akash, up against each other. White now up and riding, gaining some speed, looking to hit the first section. Throws the fins, and let's see if he can complete. He's trying as hard as he can, but that one goes incomplete. Situation in the water: in first, white with a 6 and a 3. In second, red with a 4 and a 1. In third, blue with a 2.3 and a 2.07. In fourth, yellow with a 2.5. Yellow, you only need a 2.51 to progress. Blue, you only need a 2.71 to progress. Red, to take the lead, you need a 5.01, and you're trying to improve on your backup of a 1.0. White, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 3.0 to further your lead. We have 10 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes on the clock. Surfers of the next heat, little reminder to pick up your rash guards at the beach marshals area. That is Harish P in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, Akash Pujar in yellow, and Sanku Karthik in blue. Yellow having a look on a right and getting up on his forehand. He sets up the cutback, trying to re-enter the wave. Priority is with red, followed by blue, followed by white. As it seems, we have a bit of a lull on our hands. We are sitting here at Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach.
And the sun's finally out, and we see a lot of these athletes huddled around the deconstruct tent we have. With that, we have white looking, white up, pumping through that.
And he hits the oncoming section, but loses that maneuver. Priority with red, then blue, then yellow. Blue having a look. Red uses priority. Blocks blue and rips into a first maneuver in the pocket, a second carve, a third carve, and now looking to complete his wave, and he sets that one to bed. And kicks out of there with confidence. Red was in second position, looking to take the lead off of white. As we see, athletes of the next heat, Harish P, Pradeep Pujar, Akash Pujar. Now a yellow up and riding on the wave. Not quite able to get onto the open face. So yes, you were saying the sun is coming out, Ritik, and we need protection from the UV rays as blue goes in for a closeout maneuver.
Absolutely. The sun's out, and our official SPF partner, Deconstruct. We see a lot of athletes huddled around there trying out their sunscreens. So all the other athletes as well, you can go and get yourself covered by Deconstruct SPF partner.
Priority sits with white. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Last of red, a 6.83. Highest score of the juniors 18 and under so far. That bumps you up into first. In first, red with a 6.83 and a 4.0. In second, white with a 6 and a 3.0. In third, blue with a 2.37 and a 2.3. In fourth, yellow with a 2.5 and a 1.27. Yellow, you need a 6.5 to progress. Blue, you need a 6.63 to progress. White, you need a 4.84 to take the lead. Red, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 4.0. We are here at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026, the 7th edition of its kind. The first ever Indian Open of Surfing was in 2016. So we are celebrating 10 years of iOS. That is iOS 10, updating our firmware, updating our software, and here we are into the juniors, 18 and under, yellow up and riding. Down the line with some speed, setting up the bottom turn, goes up for a top turn, but not making it out with speed and control. So that one goes incomplete.
5 minutes 30 seconds to go. I repeat, athletes in the water, 5 minutes 30 seconds to go. And with that, the athletes from Heat 2, you can paddle out. You can start paddling out. And Percy, another question to you. You've said you were at the 2016 Indian Open of Surfing, where you were a champion as well in the Grom category. How has iOS, transformed over the years? Like you just said, we're updating our version. So what's the difference? What's the level of surfing, and how is it as a Grom and now as a pro?
Well, definitely the level of surfing has come a long way since 2016. We're seeing a lot more performance in the Groms. Free surfers in the water, you are in the competition area. Please catch a wave out or paddle into the beach. Free surfers in the water, please paddle into the beach. Don't even wait to catch a wave and make it past the red flag. You are all in the competition area. Don't even try to paddle out. Just paddle into the beach. And make your way to the free surfing zone, which is after the red flag. All free surfers come out of the water, paddle into the beach.
Manjunath,
Red up and riding on a right, sets up the first turn, pushes hard.
ಎಲ್ಲ
And
ಫ್ರೀ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಪ್ಯಾಡಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫ್ರೀ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಡಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೀವು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಝೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾಡಲ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೀಚ್ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ನೀವು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಝೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಫ್ರೀ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವಾಟರ್, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೀಚ್ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೋಗಿ. ನೀವು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಝೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ರೀ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನೀವು ಸರ್ಫಿಂಗ್ ಝೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ஃப்ரீ சர்வர் எல்லாருமே அந்த ரெட் ஃப்ளாக் அப்புறம் சர்வ் பண்ணலாம். காம்படிஷன் ஏரியாவில் சர்வ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. தயவு செஞ்சு அந்த ரெட் ஃப்ளாக் அப்புறம் போயிட்டு நீங்கள் சர்வ் பண்ணலாம் ப்ளீஸ். யார் யார் இப்போ ஃப்ரீ சர்வர் காம்படிட்டிவ் ஏரியாவில் இருக்கீங்களோ தயவு செஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் வெளியே வாங்க. இப்போ பேட்லின் பண்ணுங்க.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಫರ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪ್ಯಾಡಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ.
White having a look on the left, but that one slips under.
Vargade banni. Aa kade the surfers. Vargade banni. Paddle out. Paddle in. Catch a wave and come back in.
Don't wait to catch a wave, just simply start paddling to the beach.
ಆಚೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೀವು ಸರ್ಫ್ ಝೋನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಆಚೆ ಬನ್ನಿ.
All free surfers, free surfing happens after the red flag. That is a good 200 meters down the beach. White up and riding, goes up for the first turn. Riding out with completion. Situation in the water: in first, red with a 683 and a 517. In second, a white with a 6 and a 3. Waiting on last of white to update the situation. In third position, blue with a 237 and a 23. Red up and riding. Looks like a hollow wave. And he jumps out of there.
Requesting Coach Bharat to please inform all the athletes to stay away from the red zone. Do not enter the surfing zone. Requesting Bharat out there to please inform all the athletes not to enter the surfing zone.
Last of white, a 6.647. Bumps you up into first. In first, white with a 667 and a 60. Heat score total of a 12.67. And in second, red with a 683 and a 517. In third, blue with a 237 and a 2.30. In fourth, yellow with a 2.5 and a 1.27. And the heat ends in 1.
All right, the quarterfinal heat 2 begins in 3, 2, 1.
In the water, we have surfers Harish P in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, Akash Pujar in yellow, and Sanku Karthik in blue. I believe that's 3 surfers from the west and 1 from the east, and white up and riding on their heat opener. That wave not even breaking, but the under 18 grums able to manufacture a score on a wave that doesn't even break with their light frame and rigging, and that wave giving a bit of spit, showing that there are some opportunities on show. Oh, for the viewers tuning in live on YouTube, we are here at the Blue Bay Tannirbhavi Eco Beach. And in the water is the 18 and under boys. Heat 2 of the quarterfinals. This competition is brought to you by the New Mangalore Port Authority, the Karnataka Tourism Department, red up and riding on their backhand. 2 carves to start with, and he looks to finish off their wave on an oncoming section, hits it, drifts the fins, and rides out. Blue up and riding on their heat opener. Carves back, but that one running out of juice.
So the athletes in white and yellow are brothers, as we said, the Pujar brothers, and it's actually the extreme ends of the brothers categories. We have Akash Pujar, who's the eldest, and Pradeep, who's the youngest. So it's a great to see them both out there. And I think, do you think it sort of helps them that they have them both to sort of guide each other in the water when they're in a heat like this?
For sure, camaraderie and competition is key to progression. White having a look and just opting out of that wave. Priorities with yellow, followed by blue, followed by white. Yellow having a look and white getting out of the way. Yellow opts out. Blue now holds priority. And second priority is with white. Third priority is with yellow. Red still paddling back. First scores of the first exchange. First of white was a 1-5. First of yellow was a 0-3. The NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026 7th edition is brought to you by the new Mangaluru Port Authority, Karnataka Tourism Department, the Surfing Swami Foundation, Mantra Surf Club, the Surfing Federation of India, the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, as well as sponsors Cycle Pure Agarbati, Deconstruct, Northern Sky, and TT Group. Big shout out to the surfing community for being out here on the beach in the sun, cheering on your competitors, helping each other with runarounds and coaching each other into the event. Big shout out to the operations team for making all our setup, and we are asking for a situation update. So there's yellow up and riding. Float to start. Carves back into the pocket, looks to finish up their wave. Situation in the water. In first position, red with a 7.0. In second position, white with a 1.50. In third, blue with a 1.03. And in fourth, blue. Oh, sorry, situation change. In second, now yellow with a 2.1 and a 0.3. In third, white with a 1.5. And in fourth, blue with a 1.03.
Athletes in the water, you have 15 minutes to go. I repeat, 15 minutes to go.
Big shout out to the live media team, making it possible for our viewers to tune in live from YouTube, as well as our other stills and video media team, one of who went in the water for some water angle shots. They're always following the competition, the events, the surfing culture in India. That is Surfers of India on socials. Time check, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority with blue, then white, then red, then yellow. Situation in first red, in second yellow, in third white, in fourth blue. Blue, you need a 1.41 to progress. White, you need a 0.94 to progress. Yellow, to take the lead, you need a 4.91. Red, you're looking for a backup score. Red having a look, but that one choosing to opt out, even though it had some opportunity. Thank you, free surfers, for having moved out of the competition area. We are at the second stop of the National Series at the iOS 2026. The first event was held in the Little Andamans. We have two more events coming up in Mahabalipuram and Kovalong. And in between, we will have the selection for the Asian Games. Already, the preliminary selection is up on the SFI social media and website. After this event, we will be selecting who will be the 2 confirmed attendees and the 2 backups. White, up and riding, down the line for speed, up into the lip, and closes that one out.
That athletes in the water, you have 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And along with that, this is a check-in call for the athletes of the under 18 males for the quarterfinal heat 3. With that, we have yellow up and riding, trying to generate some speed and just loses out on his balance. So check-in call for the heat 3 of the quarterfinal for the junior 18. Sheikh Dawood in red. Just before that, we have blue up and riding, trying to do a maneuver. Trying to still continues with his wave and finishes out. Sheikh Dawood in red, Prahlad Shriram in white, Praveen Pujar in yellow, and Yogesh A in blue. Please report to the beach marshal tent, collect your rash guards, and you can paddle out with 5 minutes remaining in the current heat.
Situation in the water. In first position, red with a single wave of a 7. In second, white with a 1-5 and a 3-3. Red and yellow having a look. Red on the left, yellow on the right. Red sets up his first turn. Yellow, their finishing maneuver. Yellow looking to finish their wave as red kicks out. Yellow just losing the finish. It is extremely important to ride out in front of the foam with your nose clearly showing to show the judges that you have completed your maneuver. White up and riding on the left, just losing it on the bottom turn over there with the inside rail catching. Priority with blue then white. Conditions are definitely cleaning out as we see some more peaks and more opportunities to score. Winds are calming down. Free surfers in the water, make sure to stay past the red flag. You are slowly drifting in towards the competition area. Free surfers in the water, make sure to stay past the red flag. Last of yellow at 2.70. Situation in first position, red with a 7 and a 5.83. In second, white with a 1.5 and a 3.33. In third, yellow with a 2.7 and a 2.10. In fourth, blue with a 2.17 and a 1.03. Blue, you need a 2.67. We'll catch up with live action. Red up and riding, looking to jump into the double up. He drives for speed, looking at the oncoming section and hits it hard.
Athletes, you have 9 minutes to go. I repeat, 9 minutes to go.
Yellow looking on the left on his backhand and opts out of that one. White now looking on the right. So in fourth, blue needs a 2.67. In third, yellow needs a 2.14. In second, white needs a 9.5 to take the lead. In first, red with a 7 and a 5.83. Looking to improve on their backup of a 5.83. In second, white. Blue up and riding out of that one. Yellow up and riding. Sets up the bottom turn. Carves back into the pocket. And he's out of there. Last of red, a 4.17. Doesn't factor in to the scoreboard. Coming up, we have Heat 3 of the quarterfinals with Sheikh Dawood in red, Prahlad Shriram in white, Praveen Pujar in yellow, and Yogesh A in blue. White having a look on this one. White up and riding. Cuts the first one back into the pocket and loses it for the second, and he hits the water with frustration. We are here at Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach, watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing. For all the viewers online, thanks for tuning in. I'm sitting here with Ritik Raj, and my name is Percival Fayon, bringing to you commentary for the live as well as updates for the surfers in the water. We are juggling 2 jobs in one, entertaining the viewers online as well as keeping the surfers in the water informed. Situation in the water is in first red, in second white with a 333 and a 323. In third, yellow with a 27 and a 21. In fourth, blue with a 217 and a 103. Red up and riding on the right. And he's out of that wave. White having a look on the left. Carving back into the pocket. Looking for some more speed. Another cut back. Loses it. Yellow now up and riding. Lays the first carve. And that wave loses energy. Priority is with blue then red. 6 minutes remaining. Surfers of the next heat, you can stand ready as your paddle out will start in less than a minute. Blue up and riding on their backhand. Pushes hard on the first turn and carves it for the second. The wave still with a couple of opportunities. He pushes, but maybe a bit too hard, losing the wave on the third turn. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Next up is Heat 3 of the quarterfinals, after which we will dive into situation in the water. In first, red with a 7 and a 583. In second, white with a 333 and a 323. In third, blue with a 347 and a 217. In fourth, yellow with a 2.7 and a 2.1. Yellow, you need a 3.86. Blue, you need a 3.09. White, to take the lead, you need 9.5. After yellow, back to live action as we watch yellow. Yellow just up and out. After the juniors 18 and under, we will move back into the time remaining is 3 minutes and 50 seconds. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. After the juniors 18 and under, we will move into the quarterfinals of the Men's Open. Athletes of the Men's Open, stand by. White having a look on the inside as red also has a look at the end of the wave. White goes for a finishing maneuver, unfinished. Red up into the lip for the first maneuver, cuts back for the second. And looking for a third maneuver, another cut back. A third. Blue and yellow splitting the peak. Yellow goes down, blue goes down. Red still riding their wave, puts his arms up for a claim. 3 minutes to go. We underway is quarterfinal heat 2 of the juniors 18 and under boys. currently in the lead is red, in second white, in third blue, in fourth yellow. Yellow, you need a 386. Blue, you need a 309. White, to take the lead, you need a 9.5. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, waiting on scores from the last exchange. Priority is with yellow, then white, then blue. After the men's open quarterfinals, we will move into the juniors 18 and under female semifinals. Yellow up and riding. Sets up the bottom turn and first turn. Successful on the first turn. Rotates his shoulders for the second. Looking to finish it up on the end section. White now up and riding. Goes up for the first turn. Drives through the second. Looks to cut back for the third. Trying to finish off their wave now. And that one running out of juice. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. After the juniors 18 and under female, we'll move into the juniors 14 and under boys, followed by the juniors 14 and under females. All of them semifinals. Blue up and riding. Red now up and riding on the inside. There's an oncoming section, but it runs away from him, and he dives out. 1 minute to go as we see a big set approaching. None of our surfers in position, though, as that one looks like it wants to spit, and it did. Situation in the water. In first, red with a 7 and a 6-6. In second, white with a 3-3-3 and a 3-2-3. In third, blue. In fourth, yellow. Yellow needs a 3-8-6. Blue needs a 3-0-9. White is in combination situation to take the lead. 30 seconds to go. Priorities with blue. Blue using priority. Blue up and riding and lays it down for the first carve, looking for some speed, and he hits the oncoming foam section and rides out of there. Your heat ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ
Surfers of the next
ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ
heat.
ಕೊಡಿ
ಹ್ಮ್
Heat 3 of
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
juniors 18 and under boys, stand by for the
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
start of your heat.
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
To finalize the quarterfinals.
डीकंस्ट्रक्ट जेल सनस्क्रीन ऑयली स्किन के लिए बेस्ट सनस्क्रीन
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
And your heat starts in 3, 2, 1. In the water, we have Sheikh Dawood S in red, Prahlad Sriram in white, Praveen Pujar in yellow, as yellow looks to open up their heat straight off the bat. That one, not much juice. In blue, we have Yogesh A. Good luck, athletes. Last of yellow, a 1.17. For the viewers tuning in to YouTube Live, we are here at Tannirbhavi, Blue Bay Eco Beach, watching the 2026 NMPA Indian Open of Surfing. 7th edition of its kind, celebrating the 10th year since the start of the IOS. which is brought to you by the new Mangalore Port Authority, Karnataka Tourism Department, the Surfing Swami Foundation, as we watch a beautiful left reeling in to the lineup, going unridden. Lots of beautiful opportunities here for our athletes to score on. It's been an action-packed morning with the men's open and the juniors 18 and under. This event, organized by Mantra Surf Club and Surfing Swami Foundation, as well as the Surfing Federation of India, which brings to you this professional quality of surfing competitions throughout the country for the national series. Yeah. Supporting us is also the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports of Karnataka, Cycle Pure Agarbati, Deconstruct, NorthernSky, and since the beginning, the dawn of surfing in India, TT Group. Big shout out to the surfing community on the beach, hanging out and cheering on their fellow competitors. I also went down to the athlete zone and saw that they were taking videos of each other. Yellow and white splitting the peak, yellow up and riding for the first maneuver. White setting up there first as well, just losing out on that wave. As the tide comes in, we see a bit of a loss of power in the waves, but still plenty of opportunity for our athletes to score. As we see some beautiful peaks lining up on all sides of the beach. Free surfers in the water, you are drifting into the competition area. Please move past the red flag. Blue up and riding. Blue with a cutback, just loses it. Free surfers use this set wave to get back onto shore and paddle back into the free surfing zone. Red up and riding, looking to hit the oncoming section. Free surfers in the water, please paddle out of the water, paddle into the beach, and go past the red flag into the free surfing zone. Free surfers, thank you for making your way back onto the beach and moving to the free surfing zone, which is past the red flag. Thank you. Currently 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and score slowly filtering through. The situation in the water is in first, yellow with a 117 and a 057. In second, white with a single wave, a 1.37. In third, red, single wave of a 1.03. In blue, in fourth, blue with a single score of a 0.97. You are watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. In the water is the juniors 18 and under boys category. Showing us what they got. We've seen some good surfing from our athletes. In the last heat, we saw two good scoring rides, a 7 and a 6-6. Speaking of which from the last heat, we have athletes in red, Harish P, and white, Pradeep Pujar, making it to the semifinals. In the previous heat from that, we had 3 good ranged waves, as yellow completes his wave there. With a 6, a 667, and a 683. So lots of good waves being ridden in the juniors 18 and under males. "14 minutes to go, and back to live action with red setting it up for the first turn, cutting it back on the second. Priority sits with white, then blue, then yellow. Waiting for scores to come through for the last exchange. Thanks. Oh. Athletes of the quarterfinals, Heat 1 of the Surfing Men's Open, stand by for your heat. For your heats, we will have 3 quarterfinals. Score slowly coming through. Situation in the water. In first position, red with a 4.17. White now up and riding. Back to live action. He gets onto the open face and carves back into the pocket. In second position, yellow with a 3.33 and a 1.17. In third, white with a 1.37. In fourth, blue with a 0.97. Blue, you need a 3.53 to progress. White, you need a 3.14 to progress. Yellow, you need a 1.88 to progress. Sorry, to take the lead. Blue now up and riding. Just looking for an opportunity to perform a maneuver, and he gets a little cutback. 11 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock as yellow just up and out. Surfers of quarterfinal heat 1 for the men's open. That is Sivraj Babu in red, Ramesh Budihal in white, Harish M in yellow, and Naveen Kumar R in blue. You may check in at the beach marshals area to collect your rash guards as your heat will be starting in 10 minutes. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Situation in the water. In first, red. In second, yellow. In third, white. In fourth, blue. Priorities with red, followed by white. Followed by yellow. And blue still paddling out. Red, up and riding. Looking for a wall. Goes up, but doesn't ride out. Conditions have shifted a lot with the tide coming in. We're seeing more peaks, but also a couple of lulls. Still plenty of opportunity to score. Currently the highest scoring ride of the heat so far, a 4.17. 10 minutes to go. A reminder for athletes of quarterfinal heat 1 for the men's open to check in and collect your rash guards. Sivraj Babu in red, Ramesh in white, Harish in yellow, and Naveen Kumar in blue. First priority white, second priority yellow, third priority blue, fourth priority red. Yellow having a look. Yellow up and riding. Yellow with a carve under the lip for the first maneuver, and he's out of there. With 9 minutes on the clock, red paddles into a wave, opts to go right and hit the oncoming section. Blue having a look on a right. Carves back into the pocket. Looking for the open face for another maneuver as the oncoming section comes towards him. He hits it and rides out with success. There's another rebuild as he finishes up his wave. White with a 6.0 on their last wave. Oh, sorry. Some technical issues. White was up and riding, looking to finish their wave. Priorities now with yellow, followed by red. Last of blue, 6.17. Blue, you are now in first position. As I said, still plenty of opportunities for our surfers to score. Situation change. Situation is now in first position, blue. In second position, white. With a 5.17 and a 2.5. Red having a look at this wave to progress to the next round. In third, red. In fourth, yellow. Yellow, you need a 4.35 to progress. Red, you need a 3.51 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need 2.84 and are looking to improve on your backup of a 2.5. Blue, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 1.83 to extend your lead. On the clock, 6 minutes and 55 seconds. Situation in the water. In first, blue. In second, white. In third, red. In fourth, yellow. Yellow, you need a 4.35. Red now up and riding to try and progress. Riding out with control and sets that one to bed. Yellow needs a 4.35, red needs a 3.51. White to take the lead, you need a 2.84. 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Surfers of the next heat. White now up and riding on a right. Looking for a face to hit, and he goes up into the lip. Now moving on to the left-hander. Priorities with yellow then blue. Last of red, a 4.77. Red, you are now in first position. Situation change again. Last of white, a 4.23. In first position, white with a 5.17 and a 4.23. In second position, red with a 4.77 and a 4.17. In third, blue with a 6.17 and a 1.83. In fourth, yellow with a 3.33 and a 2.5. Yellow, you need a 5.61 to progress. Blue, you need a 2.77 to progress. Red, to take the lead, you need 4.64 points. And white, to improve your situation, you need to do better than a 4.23. Red up and riding now. As we see, the surfers of the next heat heading down to the beach. That is surfers of quarterfinal heat 1 of the Men's Open. Coming up next in 4 minutes. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Three minutes and 45 seconds to go. Quarterfinal Heat 1 of the Men's Open looks stacked. with 3 boys from Mahabs and 1 boy from Kovalam, Kerala. It's a battle of east against west. Blue and yellow having a look. Blue opts for the left, cutting back into the pocket for a second cut back. Now just looking to finish their wave as the reform builds up. There's an oncoming section, and our surfer in blue carves it back into the pocket with a rebound for the finish. And he runs onto the beach. That was surfer in blue. Now, white having a look, this time on a right. That one not giving an opportunity. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I repeat, surfers in the water, 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go as we see a beautiful left streaming through the lineup. Situation in the water. In first, blue with a 617 and a 517. Red now up and riding, trying to get back into the heat with a float to start and a foam climb. He completes the foam climb and looks to add some more points onto the back end of this wave, but that one goes out. 2 minutes to go. I repeat, 2 minutes to go. In first position, blue. In second, white. In third, red. In fourth, yellow. Yellow, you need a 6.07 to progress. Red, you need a 4.64 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need 6.18 points. And blue, to improve your lead, you need 5.17. With 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, still plenty of opportunity for our surfers in red and yellow to progress to the next round. Priority sits with yellow, followed by white. Situation is in first blue, in second white, in third red, in fourth yellow. Time left 1 minute and 10 seconds. Priorities with yellow, then white. 1 minute to go. Yellow having a look on the inside. That one not giving much opportunity. I don't know what's up with white. I've given you all the updates. 40 seconds to go. White having a look. That one slips under with the high tide. 30 seconds to go. Fifteen seconds to go as white has a look on this one. And the heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Blue and white progress to
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
semifinals.
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
Good job, athletes. Good surfing for
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು
everyone.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
डीकंस्ट्रक्ट जेल सनस्क्रीन ऑयली स्किन के लिए बेस्ट सनस्क्रीन
Which will start.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು
1. Good luck, athletes. In red, we have Sivraj Babu. In white, Ramesh Budihal. In yellow, Harish. And in blue, Naveen Kumar. Red having a look on that one, but it runs away. Looking forward to an action-packed heat. It is a stacked heat with Siraj Babu, Ramesh Budihal, Harish M, and Naveen Kumar, all top athletes of our men's open division. Yellow looking to open their ride. With lots of speed down the line, he hits the oncoming section, rides out with control, starting his heat, building a bit of momentum by starting early. We are watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026, 7th edition of its kind. In the water is the quarterfinal heat 1 of the Men's Open. Surfers that win this heat will go into the semifinals. It is an important competition, an important heat for these surfers to make it to the semifinals. As results of this competition will be looked at for the selection of the team that goes to the Asian Games in Japan in September. Red having a look on the right. Red takes off, sets up the bottom turn, loses a bit of control, but up into the lip. Now carving for the second maneuver. Cutting back on the third, and that wave finishing up. First of yellow at 2.5. As the judges check out the wave replay on the replay experience provided to us by the media team. Every year the standard of the events upgrades. The iOS, the firmware, the software has upgraded as we now have live replays for our national event series. It's quite a privilege for our judges here on the panel to be able to see the wave a second time. White having a look on this one on the left, setting up the bottom turn, up for the first turn, and he loses it on the first maneuver. That wave losing a bit of energy. Priorities with blue, then yellow, then red. We are here at Tannirbhavi Blue Bay Eco Beach, watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026, the 7th edition of its kind. Blue is now having a look on the right-hander, building speed to start, hits the lip and goes down. Priorities now with yellow, then red, then white. This competition, this event is brought to you by the new Mangaluru Port Authority, Karnataka Tourism Department, the Surfing Swami Foundation. It's organized by Mantra Surf Club and the Surfing Federation of India. It's supported by the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports of Karnataka, as well as sponsors Psychopure Agarbati, Deconstruct Sunscreen, NorthernSky Developments, and TT Group. Scores coming through for the first exchange. White having a look. White up and riding on the right. Lots of speed down the line. They go up into the lip and ride out with control. In first position currently red with a 4.33. In second yellow with a 2.5. In third white with a 1.1. In third, equal third, blue with another 1.1. Waiting for last scores of white. White, your last was a 3.5. You're now in the lead. In first white, in second red, in third yellow, in fourth blue. Surfers in the water. This is sound check. Can you put your hands up if you hear clearly? Yellow having a look. Yellow up and riding. Carves the first. And jams the second under the lip, looking for opportunities for a third maneuver. Looking for the oncoming section. And he finishes his ride. Priorities with red, then blue, then white. White having a look on the left. White up and riding, up into the lip. And just falls on that one. Surfers in the water, can you hear me clearly? Sivraj Babu, can you put your hands up if you hear me? All right, volume is not great. Sound team, can you please increase the volume? Speaker team, sound team, can you please increase the volume? Check, 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 check. Sound team, can we please increase the volume? Surfers in the water, can you now hear me clearly? All right. Situation in the water. In first, yellow with a 3.23 and a 2.5. In second, white with a 3.5 and a 1.2. In third, red with a 4.33. In fourth, blue with a 1.10. 13 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Priorities with red, then blue, then white, then yellow. Priority with red, then blue. Blue ups to go. Yellow up and riding on the left. And he's out of there. Now white on another left. White up and riding. Up for a radical first maneuver and finishes the second. Possibly incomplete on the second maneuver. "12 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. And we have a check-in call for quarterfinals Heat 2 of the Men's Open. Kishore Kumar in red, Sanjay Selvamani in white, Tain Arun in yellow, and Sanjay Kumar S in blue. You may check in at the beach marshals area to collect your rash guards. There's 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority sits with red, then blue, then yellow. Red paddling into a peak right here as he looks at the right. Red sees some opportunity on this wave, goes up into the lip, and just the opportunity for one maneuver. Priority is now with blue, then yellow. Last of white, a 6.0. 6.0 on the single maneuver. That is the highest scoring ride of the heat so far, as well as the quarterfinals. Situation in the water. In first, white with a 6 and a 3.5. Waiting on scores. Blue having a look. Blue up and riding on the right. Carves it on the first one and closes it out on the open section. Ten minutes and 15 seconds. Situation in the water. In first, white with a 6 and a 3.5. In second, red with a 4.33 and a 2.73. In third, yellow with a 3.23 and a 2.5. And in fourth, blue with a 4.13 and a 1.10. Blue, you need a 2.94 to progress. Yellow, you need a 3.84 to progress. Red, you need a 5.18 to take the lead. White, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 3.5. White having a look now. White up and riding, up for the first maneuver. Power carve. Yellow, just the up and down. Priority sits with red, then blue. Waiting on scores for last of white and last of yellow. Priority with red, then blue, then white, then yellow. Last of white, a 363. You improve your situation by a little bit. Last of yellow is 043. Doesn't factor in. 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Surfers of the next heat, Kishore Kumar, Sanjay Selvamani, Tayan Arun, and Sanjay Kumar S. Your paddle in starts in 3 minutes. White, having a look at this right. Drawn out roundhouse for the first turn. This wave a little bit soft. Priority with red, then blue, then yellow. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Last of white, a 3.30, doesn't factor into the scoreboard. As we see surfers of quarterfinal heat 2 walking into the beach. That's Sanjay Kumar S. and AKA Snappy. You'll see him snapping on the waves. Sanjay Selvamani in white, Tayan Arun in yellow, and Kishore Kumar in red. Another stacked heat coming up ahead. And that for you is the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals are always stacked. Priority red, blue, yellow, white. Blue up and riding on a right. Looking for the wave to stand up. Oncoming section comes and he throws it. Six minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, your paddling starts in less than a minute. Some waves approaching on the horizon. Situation is in first white, in second red, in third yellow, and in fourth blue. Blue needs a 294 to progress. White on the right, red on the left. White with a carve to start. Red falls on the first wave maneuver. White looking to push it hard on the tail for the second maneuver and close it up on the oncoming section as he finishes the wave on the beach. Yellow now up and riding. First slash in the pocket, carves it back for a cutback on the second maneuver, and now looking to finish up their ride with the oncoming section moving slowly towards them. The wave reforming on the beach as he finishes unsuccessfully on the last maneuver. 5 minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle in. 5 minutes to go. Priority is red, blue. Red, then blue. Waiting for scores from the last exchange. Scores have come through for the last exchange. In first, white with a 7.0 and a 6.0. In second, blue with a 4.13 and a 3.57. In third, yellow with a 4.2 and a 3.23. In fourth, red with a 4.33 and a 2.73. Red, you need a 3.37 to progress. Yellow, you need a 3.5 to progress. Blue, to take the lead, you need 8.87 points. White, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 6.0. Blue, to increase your hold, improve your hold on second, you need to improve on your backup of a 3.57. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Swimmers in the water, please come out onto the beach. All of the swimmers in the water, please come out onto the beach. We need the lifeguards. We need the lifeguards to come and get all red and blue looking. Red up and riding. Blue also up and riding. Hits the first section. Carves it back into the power source for the second. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Red having a look. Red up and riding. Red finishes their maneuver. Blue finishes their wave on the beach. Lifeguards, can you please clear all the swimmers from the beach as our surfers are finishing their maneuvers on the beach, and they may hit one of the swimmers. All of the swimmers out of the water. We need to get all of the swimmers out of the water. They can go swim after the red flag. They can go swim after the red flag. All of the swimmers out of the water and moved past the red flag, please. Thank you, lifeguards. 2 minutes to go. Situation in the water. In first, white. In second, red. In third, blue. In fourth, yellow. Last of red was a 4.43, bumping them up to second. Blue in fourth, you need a 4.56 to progress. Sorry, yellow in fourth. Red looking to solidify their hold on second position. Carves back into the pocket with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Another carve. Up towards the lip for the second. Looks to finish their wave up as it comes towards the beach. It's a long wave, but not much power on it as he finishes right on the shore. And that's why we need all the swimmers out of the water. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Situation in fourth, yellow, needing a 4.56. In third, blue, needing a 4.63. In second, red. To take the lead, you need a 8.57. In white, in first, white. White up and riding on a right. Speed down the line, sets up the first turn, pushes hard on the tail for the first maneuver, carves back for the second. As we have 30 seconds to go, our surfer in white makes it down to the beach, finishing it up on the shore. And we have 15 seconds to go. Blue just up and down on the far side of the beach. And your heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I believe last of yellow does count as he comes in to the end of the beach, finishing up his maneuver, now going to the left and just losing it on the finish. A bit of an overextension there. Score slowly filtering through for the last exchange of quarterfinal heat 1. That was
ಅಣ್ಣ
an action-packed
ಕೊಡಿ.
heat.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
First heat of our quarterfinals for the men's open. A very important heat.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
surfers trying to
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
Qualify for the Asian
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು
Games in
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
Japan.
ಸಮಾನ.
We already have a preliminary selection, although if
Deconstruct
someone
gel
shows
sunscreen.
exceptional
Oily skin
talent,
के लिए best
changes
sunscreen.
can be made.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು Deconstruct ಗೆ yes ಅನ್ನೋ.
White and red make it through to the semifinals. And the heat starts in 3, 2, 1. I repeat, from the previous heat, surfer in white Ramesh Budihal and surfer in red Siraj Babu make it through to the semifinals. We saw some very good surfing from our surfer in white with a 7 and a 7.83. Some different strategies from our surfers out in the water as we had 3 different peaks and surfers scoring points on all 3 peaks, that showcasing that we have a lot of opportunity on show. The ocean conditions are providing. As we go into our second heat of the quarterfinals for the men's open, we are watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026, brought to you by the New Mangaluru Port Authority, and Karnataka Tourism Department, organized by Mantra Surf Club, the Surfing Federation of India, the Surfing Swami Foundation, and supported by the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports. Yellow now up and riding for their heat opener, just up and out. Some more sponsors like Cycle Pure Agarbatti, Deconstruct, NorthernSky, and TT Group. Red up and riding, setting up the bottom turn and carving for the first maneuver, and that wave finishes up. Set on the horizon as we watch if any of the athletes are in position. White up and riding on the left, and he goes down. Priority with blue, then yellow. Scores coming through for the first exchange. First of red a 2.33. First of white a 0.53. First of yellow a 0.5. Blue up and riding on the left. Speed down the line. Oncoming section comes. He hits it and fails to ride out. White also up and riding on the same wave. Priority with yellow, then red. Yellow up and riding on the left with the backhand, goes up into the lip for the first maneuver. White also up and riding on the same wave on a double up. Jams it for the first maneuver, carves back for the second as those surfers interlock. Blue now up and riding on the left, setting up the bottom turn, carving back into the white water for a cutback, and a second, and a third. Now it stands up a little bit on the reform, but he still cuts back, and that wave runs away.
Right, you have 16 minutes to go. I repeat, 16 minutes to go. we wait for them to go near the peaks of the wave. We were talking about strategy in the last heat. So coming back to you, Percy, you've competed before. So we see people, we see these surfers sometimes catch multiple waves and gather their scores, and some people wait for a good set to come in and have a good 2-3 waves. What do you usually prefer, and what's sort of a good approach?
I usually prefer building momentum, starting the heat early, and even if it's a low score, putting 2 scores under my belt, after which I can build up on that, wait for some better waves, and keep scoring higher and higher waves until the end of the heat. 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I repeat, 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Priority with red, then white, then yellow. White having a look on the left. Chooses to go right. Goes up into the lip and shuts that one down. Situation in the water, in the lead. White with a 4-5 and a 2-2-7, still waiting on their last score. In second, yellow with a 4-0-7 and a 0-5. In third, blue with a 3-5-3 and a 0-7-7. In fourth, red with a 2.33. Yellow having a look on the right. Sets up the first turn, carves it back into the pocket. It doubles up a little bit, gives him a bit of a wall. Second carve. And now the wave comes to an end as he tries to finish it up on the beach. Jumping onto the beach. Last of white at 3.4. You extend your lead. Waiting on last of yellow. Last of yellow scores slowly coming through. Priority now with red. We have 12 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Situation in the water. In first, yellow with a 4.37 and a 4.07. In second, white with a 4.5 and a 3.4. In third, blue with a 3.53 and a 0.77. In fourth, yellow with a 2.33. Sorry, in fourth, red with a 2.33. Red, you need a 5.57. Blue, you need a 4.38. White, to take the lead, you need 3.94. Yellow, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 4.07. The heat is still completely open. Any of these athletes, very experienced, can take the lead within seconds. 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
And with that,
Red having a look on this one. Opting for the right on their backhand. Sets up the first deep bottom turn. Goes high up in the lip for the first maneuver. Carves back for the second and pushes the tail out for the third finishing maneuver. White now up and riding on the left. Carving the first maneuver and the second. That wave slowing down as now it reforms a little bit on the inside. Let's see what opportunities it gives him. More carving opportunities as he lays that one to bed. That was a strong wave from our surfer in red. We're waiting for scores to filter through.
that was some great action right there. With that, check-in call for the men's open quarterfinal Heat 3. Shrikant D in red, Ajish Ali in white, Ruben V in yellow, and Som Sethi in blue. Please report to the beach marshal, collect your rash guards, and you can paddle out with 5 minutes remaining in this current heat.
Last of red, a 7.33. A strong performance from our surfer in red. That comes into this very good range of surfing. Red takes the lead, so in first red, in second yellow, in third white, and in fourth blue. That wave goes by with no one catching it.
Percy rightly so predicted how this heat can keep shifting. With that, we have blue up and riding.
Blue just trying to get ahead of the section, but that one runs away.
With just one wave, we saw the athlete in red go from number 4 to number 1st. So, rightly said, each wave in this heat is going to have position switching around.
Priority with yellow, then red. Blue in third priority. And white in fourth. Situation in first position red, in second yellow, in third white, in fourth blue. Blue, you need 4.91 to progress. White, you need 3.94. Yellow, to take the lead, you need 5.3. Red, you're looking to improve on your backup of a 2.33. Ocean going a little bit quiet there as we're watching the NMPA, New Mangalore Port Authority, Indian Open of Surfing 2026. It's the 7th edition. We had to go on pause for a few years during COVID. The first event was in 2016. This event is brought to you by NMPA along with the Karnataka Tourism Department. It's organized by Mantra Surf Club and Surfing Federation of India, as well as the Surfing Swami Foundation. It's supported by the Department of Youth and Empowerment and Sports of Karnataka. Red having a look on the left. Takes off behind the section, looks to get ahead, and he's out of there. Blue now up and riding. Section offers up, and he rides out with success. This event is also supported by sponsors such as Deconstruct, Cycle Pure Agarbati, NorthernSky, and TT Group.
Just coming back to our sponsors, it's great to have long-standing sponsors such as Cycle Agarbati. They've really been here for past few competitions with us, and they've said that they really want the sport to develop. And with that priority check, we have priority 1 with yellow, priority 2 with white, priority 3 with red, and priority 4 with blue. You have 7 minutes to go. I repeat, athletes in the water, you have 7 minutes to go. White looking and white up.
White goes straight up into the lip for the first maneuver and looks to finish up his ride. Going left now. Blue up and riding on their backhand, up above the lip for a float to start. White finishes their wave as blue loses that one as it slips under. Waiting on scores for last of white and blue with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Surfers of the next heat, your paddle out starts in just over a minute. Priority yellow, red, blue. Priority yellow, red, blue. Last of white at 5.07. Situation change. White now in second position. Situation is in first red, in second white, in third yellow, in fourth blue. Blue, you need a 5.9 to progress. Yellow, you need a 5.2 to progress. White, to take the lead, you need 4.6 points. Five minutes and 30 seconds to go. Blue having a look. Blue up and riding. Bottom to top turn, looking to set up the second. As the wave reforms and the oncoming section comes in, he hits the oncoming section and does a little foam climb to finish off the wave. Priority is yellow, red, white. Priority is yellow, red, white. Yellow and red having a look. Yellow with priority, yellow up for 2 turns. That was an interesting situation as you saw red giving way to yellow as yellow had priority. And that's why we use priority systems in the competition. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Priority is white, then red. Situation: in first red, in second white, in third yellow, in fourth blue. Blue you need a 5.9, yellow you need a 5.2, white to take the lead you need 4.6. Red, you're looking to improve your backup of a 2.33. Big set coming in. Red paddling into what looks like a closeout. Let's see if he can do anything with it. He goes up into the lip and he goes down. Priority with white with 3 minutes. Situation is red, in first red, in second white, in third yellow, in fourth blue. Blue needs a 5.9, yellow needs a 5.2, white needs a 4.6. Red is trying to improve a 2.33. Priority is white, yellow, red. Priority is white, yellow, red, blue. Time remaining on the clock is 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Situation. In the lead, red with a 7.33 and a 2.33. In second, white with a 5.07 and a 4.50. White, you need a 4.6 to take the lead. And in third, yellow with a 4.37 and a 4.27. Yellow, you need a 5.2 to progress. Watching yellow. And in fourth, blue with a 3.67 and a 3.53. Blue, you need a 5.9 to progress. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Red up and riding.
One minute to go. I repeat, 1 minute to go. Thirty seconds to go. I repeat, athletes in the water, you have 30 seconds to go. 15 seconds to go.
Blue up and riding up into the lip. 10 seconds to go. White up and riding. And your heat ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
And that was your quarterfinal heat 2.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
Upcoming we
best
have
day
the
ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು.
quarterfinal heat 3.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
डीकंस्ट्रक्ट जेल सनस्क्रीन ऑयली स्किन के लिए बेस्ट सनस्क्रीन
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
After the quarterfinal heat 3 of the men's open, we'll move into the semifinals for the juniors 18 and under females. Surfers in the water, stand by for the start of your heat, and your heat starts in 3, 2, 1. In the water, we have Shrikant D in red, Ajish Ali in white, Ruban V in yellow, and Som Seti in blue. Good luck, athletes. Results of the last heat. The surfers in red, Kishore Kumar, and in white, Sanjay Selvamani, make it through to the semifinals. Still plenty of opportunities on offer. Red looking for an early start, up and riding, sets up the bottom turn, jams it for the first maneuver, up vertical for the second, but incomplete. White up and riding. White on the oncoming section, closes that one down. Now blue having a look.
So I was having a chat with the athlete in white just before this, and he mentioned that this is the first time he's riding out this board, and he's doing really good so far with this new board, and he got the highest score of that heat, and I think currently the highest score of the day as well. So interesting to see what more he can put on display for us.
First of white, a 4.83. First of red, a 4.0. 18 minutes to go. Third priority red, fourth priority white. Open priority for blue and yellow. Red up and riding on the right. Wall stands up and he goes up. Drifting the fins, and he makes it out of that one. Yellow now having a look. On a left, up and riding. Wall stands up, goes up under the lip, and slightly mistimed. White looking at the left. White ups out. Waiting for scores to update the situation. "17 minutes to go. 17 minutes to go." Last of red, the single maneuver, a 6.0. Situation in first red with a 6.00 and a 4.00. In second white with a 4.83. You need a 5.18 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 0.77, you need a 4.07 to progress. Blue waiting to open their heat. Priority is blue, white, yellow, red. Priority is blue, white, yellow, red. 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Again, in this heat, we see someone from the under 18 categories participating in the Open as well and qualifying all the way to the quarters. And good to see him put up a fight against these seasoned pros. So, Percy, you being someone who's competed for such a long time, how is it being with these, athletes you look up to in the same heat? Is it a sense of pressure, or is it, you look at them and you know what to do? How does it feel competing with someone who's older to you?
Being the underdog is the best feeling ever. There's zero pressure. White up and riding. Carves the first. And that wave runs away. Yes, 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Yes, being the underdog is a very good feeling as you have no pressure. And if you come out with a win, then you have come on top of surfers that have more experience than you. Whereas if you're not able to come out with a win, then that's fine because you have no pressure. "14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Last of white, a 1.93. Blue with priority. Blue uses priority. Blue carves the first section. Gets on the open face for another carve. Yellow up and riding. That wave loses energy. 14 minutes to go. Yellow up on a left-hander, into the lip for the first turn. Loses it on the second. White having a look. Ups out. 13 minutes and 30 seconds. After the quarterfinals of the Men's Open, we will be running the juniors 18 and under for the girls. The check-in will be 15 minutes before the end of the current heat, so check-in call for surfers of semi-final heat 1 of the juniors 18 and under girls. That's Kamali Murthy in red, Damayanti Sriram in white, Harabalu Netra in yellow, and Gauri Srimushnam in blue. You may head to the beach marshals area to collect your rash guards. You will have a 7-minute paddle in. Make sure to get in the water far to the south of the competition area to not drift into the primary takeoff zone. 12 minutes to go. Situation in first red with a 6.0 and a 4.0. In second white with a 4.83 and a 1.93. White, you need a 5.18 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 2.67 and a 0.77. Yellow, you need a 4.1 to progress. In fourth blue with a 3.27. Blue, you need a 3.5 to progress. Red, up and riding. As we see the surfers of the juniors 18 and under girls semi-final heat 1 walking down onto the beach. Your paddle in starts in 3 minutes. You have plenty of time. Ten minutes to go. Priority is white, blue, yellow, red. Priority is white, blue, yellow, red. In first position, red. In second position, white. In third position, yellow. In fourth position, blue. Blue needs a 3.5, yellow needs a 4.1, white needs a 5.18 to take the lead. Nine minutes to go. Red looking on the right. It's a bit of a double up, but let's see if he gets onto standing section of the wave, and he does, hitting the oncoming section. White looking at the left. White up and down. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Last of red, a 5.83. Red extends their lead. In second white, you need a 7 to take the lead. In third yellow, you need 4.1 to progress. In fourth blue, you need 3.5 to progress. White looking on the second peak. He opts out. 7 minutes to go. Coming up is the 18 and under juniors girls semi-final heat 1. Six minutes and 25 seconds to go. Priority blue, yellow, white, red. Yellow up and riding on the left. The wave reforms a bit. Yellow up into the lip. And looking to finish their wave as it closes on the beach. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Women from the juniors 18 and under division, you may paddle out. Women, please paddle out. Women, please paddle out.
So just a fun fact before I go and take some interviews.
White up and riding. Setting up the bottom turn. Under the lip for the first maneuver. Into the lip for the second. Hits the oncoming section with a carve. And finishes with a foam climb.
That in the next heat we have someone who's been training for years, and we also have someone who's been training for a few months now, and she's really grown by the Grom Search and the Grom Patrol competition, so it's great to see a mix of these athletes. So really looking forward to that one as well.
Last of white, a 5.10. Situation in first red with a 6 and a 5.83. In second white with a 5.10 and a 4.83. White, you need a 6.73 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 3.9 and a 2.67. You need a 6.03 to progress. In fourth blue with a 3.27, you need a 6.66 to progress. Priority is blue, then red. Red going for this wave. Up and riding with a high line. Carves it with speed. Hits the powerful carve on the second maneuver. And third carve looks to finish it on the beach and just jumps off the board as he finishes on the sand. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. You are watching Heat 3 of the quarterfinals of the Men's Open at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. Surfers who have good results in this event will have favorable consideration for the selection of the Asian Games in Japan 2026. Free surfers in the water to the north of the competition area. You are approaching the competition zone. Please move further up north. Let the current take you further up north. Yellow up and riding, up into the foam for this first maneuver, going upside down, and he's out of there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. In fourth blue, needs a 6.66 to progress. In third yellow, needs a 6.03 to progress. In second white, needs a 7.9 to take the lead. Last of red, a 7.0, extends their lead. Last of yellow, a 2.63, doesn't factor in to the scoreboard. 2 minutes to go. As we see, the athletes of the juniors 18 and under girls have already made it out into the lineup. Thanks for keeping such a separation between you and the current heat. Priority is blue, white, red, yellow. Blue, white, red, yellow. 1 minute and 20 seconds. White and yellow having a look. Yellow up. Yellow carving the first maneuver, throwing some spray. The wave builds up on the inside and he goes towards the oncoming section for a second maneuver. 40 seconds to go. Blue in fourth needs a 6.66. Yellow in third needs a 6.03. White in second needs a 7.9 to take the lead. 20 seconds to go. White and blue looking. White goes left, blue up. Blue carves the first maneuver. And he's out of there. 7 seconds to go, and the heat ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Good job, athletes.
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
Surfer in red and
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ
white
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
progress to the semifinals.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
That's it. We've decided our
Deconstruct
semifinals
gel
for the
sunscreen.
men's open.
Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
Congratulations, athletes that have made
ಉರಿಯೋ
it
ಸನ್ನು
this far.
ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
And the heat for the women starts in 3, 2, 1. In the water, Kamali Murthy in red, Damayanti Sriram in white, Arabalu Netra in yellow, and Gauri Srimushnam in blue. Red, having a look at this left, she's up and riding. Going up for carve on the first maneuver. Incomplete. Last of red, a 1.67. For the viewers tuning in to the live on YouTube, we are watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. This event is brought to you by the new Mangalore Port Authority, Karnataka Tourism Department. It's organized by Mantra Surf Club and the Surfing Swami Foundation, as well as the Surfing Federation of India. It's supported by the Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports of Karnataka, as well as sponsors such as Deconstruct and Cycle Pure Agarbati, NorthernSky and TT Group. Blue and white having a look on this one as it slips under. "18 minutes to go." As Ritik was mentioning, Mangalore, Mulki, and Udupi are on this part of the coastline of India are a great spot to learn how to surf. Got many opportunities, many surf schools, as well as our coach, Bharat, walking down the beach with a safety board. So lots of opportunities to get into the sport here on the West Coast as well as the East Coast. Surfing has come a long way. The events get ever more professional. Now we have a wave replay experience for the judges to be able to have a second look at the waves. 17 minutes to go. So far, just one wave ridden in this heat, a 167 by our surfer in red. Red having a look on a right, up and riding, sets up the bottom turn, under the pocket for the first, carves it back into the power source for the second maneuver. And she's out of there. Last of red, a 6.17. We have some really cool surf schools and surf clubs around here, such as Mangalore Surf Club, Mambo Jambos, Shaka Surf Club, and of course, a Mantra Surf Club, the first on this part of the coastline who is organizing this event. "15 minutes to go." Surfers in the water, make sure not to drift too far to the north. There is a strong current, so make sure to stay somewhat in front of the judging booth. This is the 7th edition of the Indian Open of Surfing. The first was in 2016. Red looking at this left, opts out. "13 minutes and 20 seconds to go." There has been a huge progression in the level of surfing for the women in the last couple of years as they attend national training camps. Red up and riding on a left, carving back, carving back. He's out of there.
Check, check. Check. Check.
You talk naturally. You are just two people having conversation.
We might talk some nonsense.
That also works.
Continuous, he said he'll try, but
Check, check. 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 Check.
but
check.
So we are having sort of like how they have it in like WSL or IPL and all. It'll go on. We'll be in a small screen.
Nice, yeah.
Where we'll have it.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Glad. All
So after
events we
this-
should kind of
Yeah.
make them the same.
Yeah.
Uniformity is important.
So we're trying to. After this, we'll get more athlete by just put their thoughts out as well.
That's important because it's the reach is more. You'll forward it to
Yeah,
5 people,
yeah,
something. So it's
exactly.
all contest. Check.
We had like 2,000 views.
Check. Check. All right, welcome to the NMPA iOS 2026. I am right now here standing with Arun Vasu, the president of the Surfing Federation of India. We're live from the Tannirbhavi Eco Beach, and the only certified eco beach at the Blue Flag Beach in Dakshin Kannada. So obviously, I'd love to know from you. It's an action-packed first half of the day. You've been here since morning. Just talk us through how the heats were, how the level of surfing is, and how you've enjoyed so far.
Thank you. No, firstly, it's always a pleasure to come for the iOS here in Mangalore. And it's a crucial one of the entire circuit that we run. So this morning, the levels of surfing in the last 2 years has really gone up, both in the seniors as well as the groms and the women. So what we've seen today, of course, we saw the quarterfinals of the Open, and it's a really close competition there, and I think they're really working hard. So it's going to be a close, both semifinals and finals. So really looking forward to that.
Absolutely, and I think it's been said like a numerous number of times since the past 2 days that this is a really important event in terms of who qualifies to represent India in the Asian Games. There are slots up for grabs, and I think that's what we're talking with Percy. I think that acts as a motivation for them to, to strive and in general improve the level of surfing. So I want to know how, this competition, the surfers out there, how do you think they approach this and, for that spot for the Asian Games?
So yeah, that's been the topic of the day, and I'm sure till tomorrow. See, it's an even playing field. I think, like I said, the level of surfing in the seniors is really competitive at the moment. So it's up for grabs for any of them, right? So yes, it's very crucial because after this we will have to narrow down on the selection of the team that's actually going for the Asian Games in Japan. We are really excited. I think they should be. I don't think they realize what a big deal it is. Going for the Asian Games, for us, it's a dream. And, for me and the entire SFI team, it's really satisfying. All the years of hard work we've all put in, this is the ultimate first step. And hopefully the next one is the Olympics.
Absolutely, and they say dream big, you achieve big, right? And since you're talking about this being a dream for a lot of you here, and you, especially Group, you personally have been at the forefront of the development of these athletes. A lot of these people in these semis and quarters, you've seen them grow right from their childhood. How does it feel, first of all, looking at these surfers right from, the hard work that's gone behind the scene, and also you see that they've, inspired the next generation of athletes who now have a separate under 14 category, come in for this. So how does that feel, and how do you think the roadmap is for the development of surfing in this country?
So the progression has been fantastic. If you look at from 2012 when I got involved in it, and the first batch kind of, we were just trying to create the hype of what surfing was in India. So the first, I'd say, 7-8 years went in that. So the focus from 2020 onwards, it changed. It became more about the sport, the athletes and all. So all these kids that we've seen today, young grown men, they really make us proud. And every year when I come and the season starts and we see them competing, it's really, the progression is massive. right? And we all should be proud of what we are, because it's a complete team effort here. Now the focus the last few years has been on the kids, on the groms, and we're basically doing what other countries like Indonesia and Japan have been doing. And they start very young, 6, 7 years olds, they start young. And that's exactly what we are doing now, and that's the first batch of what you've seen now. So the aim all over, and now that we've formed all the state association, is to get them all involved, to really focus on the kids. So you will be, I mean, when I see the level of groms coming, I'm really excited for the next 2-3 years. They are going to really up the game from what it is today.
Absolutely, that was so lovely to hear, and always, the more it grows, the more, we can sort of explore the country by these surf locations we have. And just the last question, I mean, just to talk about this Eco Beach we're at. I mean, it's a beautiful beach. We hope, India develops more spots like this, not just for surfers, but also tourists. It's the only certified Eco Beach here. But how important is it that India sort of cultivates these sort of beaches across the coast so that we have more accessible, locations to surf, and it's just safer and much more fun for people in general?
So no, it's very important. I mean, and surfing goes very closely with clean beaches, and I think the surfers all feel for the beach. Now that they get into the water, they don't want a dirty beach, dirty water. So I think from our side, from SFI's point of view, we do encourage, beach cleanups, and I think all the surf schools all over the country do it. But I think, as much as blue flag beaches are great and the government should do more, I think it's a responsibility overall for every single citizen to do their part. So start small, by picking maybe one plastic bottle, and it'll only grow. So, but it's going in the right direction. I think India as such is, if they want more tourism, they are focusing on, recycling and renewable energy and all that. So surfing for us, yes, we love it. We love the clean beach. We love this beach. So like I said, it's always a pleasure coming back here every year.
And just a last thing is that, I'd like to tell one sort of message. We have a lot of people tuning in who are not here currently. Maybe they're new to surfing or new to the ocean in general. What's one message you'd like to give? And then we'll wrap up from there.
So I think, one thing I'd say, even if whether you know swimming or not, it's safe. Surfing is a very safe sport. And that's one thing that we've been doing, is really pushing all the schools with standards, with good instructors, and they're all life-saving, qualified, lifeguards as such. So please take up more of it. We need more people coming in. We need more youngsters coming in. We're a very new, very small sport compared to all the rest, but we're growing very fast. So yeah, just come try surfing. It's for everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. And that was Arun Vasu, the president of the SFI. And we are at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing, powered by Cycle Agarbatti and Deconstruct. See you guys in the next one.
Two minutes to go. Yellow having a look. Yellow up and riding. Taking some direction and finishing the wave with control. 1 minute and 45 seconds. White up and riding now. Taking a bottom turn and trying to take some direction. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Situation. In first red, in second white, in third yellow, in fourth blue. 50 seconds to go. Last of white, a 187, improves her hold on second position. Last of yellow, a 1.5, not enough to progress. "15 seconds to go. And your heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Red and
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
white, the last heat
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ
progress
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
to the final.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
And your heat starts in 3, 2, 1.
Deconstruct Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
From the last heat, our surfer in red, Kamali Murthy, and our surfer in white, Damayanti Sriram, make it through to the finals of the 18 and under girls. In the water, we have Adya Singh in red, Sanvi Hegde in white, Nia Jasani in yellow, and Sanvita Kundar in blue. Yellow up and riding. On their red having a look. I believe this is an all West Coast event. Great to see so many women surfers on the West Coast. It means the surf schools and surf clubs here are doing something right by encouraging the girls to get in the water.
Yes, like you rightly said, a lot of them have been developing with the athletes that we said. We've been doing the Grom searches. Sanvi and Adya are a regular in that, and we've seen them really grow, not just as athletes, but also in terms of the way they carry themselves. We've seen that sense of confidence come out. They move and talk like really seasoned athletes already in this tender age. So that's also great to see, and I think that's what the Grom search has done. Been working with all these Grom athletes and the team. We really see these kids come out of their shell, which I feel is really important to grow as an athlete, not just someone who comes, surfs, and go. So that's great to do. Just came back from a chat with Arun Vasu, the Surfing Federation of India president. It was very insightful, and he talked about how we're growing the sport, what the map of, and how we go forward. So that was great to see as well. Right, a big wave coming in. We have red paddling, red up. That was a critical drop in, and she keeps riding, and the whitewash catches up to her. But we see again, like I said, these young athletes are so fearless. There was such a high drop in, and she managed to keep her balance all throughout. You have 15 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Athletes in the water, you have 15 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Currently in first, we have red with the 3.00, and in second, yellow with the 2.0. Yellow looking and paddling. And the wave loses out the power beneath, being smart about letting that wave go. White and yellow looking. White paddling. And the wave goes just underneath her.
After this, we will have the juniors 14 and under males. Currently 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Juniors of the boys, do stand by for your event. After that, we'll have the juniors 14 and under girls. 14 minutes to go. Red and yellow have opened up their heat. Red with a 3, yellow with a 2. Situation in first, red with a 3.0. In second, yellow with a 2.0. In third, white and blue needing a 2.01 to progress. Twelve minutes and 40 seconds to go. Check-in call for surfers of the juniors 14 and under boys. Sheikh Dawood S in red. Prahlad Sriram in white. Ishant K. Satish in yellow, and Likit Salyan in blue. You may check in at the beach marshal's area to collect your rash guards. Third priority red, fourth priority yellow, open priority for blue and white. 12 minutes to go. You red, having a look. You are watching the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. We have lots of categories in this event with the men's and women's open, the girls and boys under 18, the girls and boys under 14. Currently watching the under 18 girls in their semifinal heat 2. This will decide who goes through to the finals of the under 18 girls. Currently the situation is in first red. In first red with a 3. In second yellow with a 2. Blue now up and riding. Now all surfers have opened their heats. Heat. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Surfers of the next heat, stand by for your paddle in. You will have a 5-minute paddle in. Make sure to paddle in far to the south. Situation in first red with a 3, in second yellow with a 2, in third blue with a 1.
All right, guys, welcome to the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. We are at the 7th edition of this competition. I have the pleasure of hosting here with me Nawaz Jabbar. He's the director of SFI and also the contest director today. I really want to know, first of all, because you've been doing it for a long, long time now, what really goes in pulling off such a big event and, being in the judges' stand, making sure everything's working first. I want to get that side of things from you and that insight on how it is being, a director of such an event.
Thanks, Ritik. Yeah, I mean, it all starts with getting the timing right. It all starts with picking the right conditions and the right window. And as you know, with surfing, with nature, how much ever forecast is available, it's always until the actual event we don't know for sure. But yeah, I mean, we've got pretty good technology now to try and predict and forecast conditions. So it all starts there. After that, I would say it's making sure that all of the departments that are responsible for at the time of executing an event all have a strong team. So right from starts with the judges. You have a good head judge, you have a good panel of judges, which we do. Then you have your commentators, and you've been commentating for this one, and Percy, you guys doing a great job. Then you've got, the contest director's role is just to make sure that all of it comes together and you're there to sort out any hiccups. But as long as you have strong team members in each of those roles, then your job is pretty much to then just stay around and make sure that you're there if any situation needs you. Apart from that, you lean on the organizers for all of the infra. iOS obviously has been organized by Mantra, who've been doing this for many years. So everything right from the tents to the food to the sound, light, internet, and now live telecast. So you lean on the organizers for the infra part of it, and obviously the logistics, etc. But yeah, we're blessed because you're working with a team where each of those departments are handled by experienced people who've been doing this for a while as well. So it makes my job a lot easier.
Absolutely, I think that's great insight, and that's what I really needed, so that people out there, we had around 2,000 views, yesterday, and we have around 50 people at the peak watching, and it's a growing sport, so it's great to know how and how it works out. So another thing, how you said it's been happening for a while now. You've been looking at these athletes in the competitions that you've seen, from before. You've seen them grow. How has surfing grown in terms of these events as well, and how have you personally seen these athletes grow, and how's the development been so far?
The quality of events, the growth has been incredible. To be honest, today this is the first time we're having a live telecast, which is great, super excited about that. in terms of the actual tech behind it, we are now, with on live heats, and you have your score updates. Now you've got your scores also on the live telecast. So that has really helped us as well get allowing us to be a lot more engaging. So a lot more people who are here or not here are able to see what's happening. So the quality of events, because of the experience of the team, like I said, and also because of the tech available and the overall growth of the sport internationally, has been incredible. And if you look at what, I say this at most of my interviews when they ask about how the events have grown. When I started contest directing, we were still doing it on Excel sheet and printing each heat result out on paper, and we'd have a runner going from the judges booth to the beach marshal, put the paper up on the whiteboard, and then you'd watch the athletes react. It had its own charm. It was beautiful in its way, because you had all the 4 athletes from the heat standing there waiting for the paper, and the paper goes up. 2 people are excited, 2 people are disappointed. So we've come from there to now all of the athletes on the phone, people giving instructions. So we've come a long way and we've grown a lot. And in terms of quality of surfing, my God, really credit to all the coaches, right from our Team India head coach and assistant coach Samay, Sanjay, to all the other coaches who both on the West Coast and East Coast. We can see the results of that. The quality of surfing is superb. We used to have so many heats with a lot of low scores, and now, barring just a few, we've got some real quality surfing, and we've got a lot of radical surfing. We saw Kishore today land one air reverse and try a bigger one. So we're growing. We're growing in all aspects, sport, event, as well as the athlete performance.
100% agree with that. And you're not going to escape the question, we've been asking everyone. So of course, like we said, this is a very important, event for which leads up to something even bigger, which is you're going to be selecting people based on this for the Asian Games, which is of course a very prized, sort of slot to be in. Now, I would say, and I also, when we were having a discussion, you said that it's going to be a beach break there as well. So how important do you think, practicing a competition on a beach break, and, how do you think that's going to lead up to the Asian Games selection, and how do you feel overall of the athletes who are in contention for that?
I thought I would escape talking about the Asian Games selection. It feels like we've talked about it so much, but it's nervous every time I do, because I have to make sure I don't say anything, give away too much. But look, the conditions here are, it's really fitting that we are having the last nationals before the selection is finalized at a beach break. I mean, actually our break, going by what the conditions been in the last couple of competitions there, our conditions here are better. But a beach break is a great way for us to gather data in terms of the athletes who are going to be performing better in these kind of conditions. And in terms of this overall selection, we're looking at a lot of things, right? So it's not, if you go by just results, sometimes some athletes have bad heats, some athletes get lucky with picking the right, especially with conditions like today. It's not necessary that, that a really good surfer progresses because somebody who's sitting, who might be ranked lower in a better position and just gets lucky with one set coming in. Anything could happen. But what we're really looking for is athletes who are capable of getting those high scores. So we're going to be looking at athletes who have scored in the excellent range and consistently, how they perform under pressure, how they perform in these conditions. So there are a lot of things we're going to be considering. Of course, at the end of this, we have the ranking. We're going to use that as a base and then look at all the other data available. I have no names to give you because the shortlisted 4 are all performing strongly. So it's really hard to say at this point, and there are some other athletes who are performing well as well. And we wish we could send everyone, but unfortunately we can't. So let's wait and see how this event turns out. And the selection committee does have a very, very difficult task ahead of them. But there are a lot of good brains, a lot of people with good heart and good intentions, spearheading that. So, and at the end of the day, I said this in an interview earlier, our responsibility is to put forward the athletes who are going to give us the best chance of winning a medal. It just comes down to that. So all our brains, experience, and knowledge will be applied, and we hopefully choose the best athletes for that.
Absolutely, I think that's a great problem to have. And with that, thank you so much for your time, and hope to see more of these events and keep meeting you for these interviews like this. So thank you so much, Nawaz. That was Nawaz with me, and see you guys in the next one. And we are live with the NMPA iOS 2026. Catch you on the other side.
to go. $15 seconds. And your heat comes to a wrap in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Surfers of the next heat, stand by for the start of your
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
heat.
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
The water now is the
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು
juniors
ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
14 and under. And your heat starts
Deconstruct
in
gel
3,
sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best
1.
sunscreen.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
In the water, we have Sheikh Dawood S in red, Pralad Sriram in white, Ishant K. Satish in yellow, and Likit Salyan in blue. Good luck, athletes. After this, we will have the surfing 14 and under girls. Blue already up and riding on the right. So after the juniors 14 and under boys, we will have the juniors 14 and under girls. One of those heats is a run through, is a walk through, meaning that both of their athletes automatically go through to the finals. Or red will be seated in first, or white seated in second. Including this heat, we have 3 heats to go. Tomorrow we will try for a 6:30 call and a 7 a.m. start. We will be starting with the semi-final of the men's open, following with the semi-finals of the women's open, followed by the juniors 18 and under. The schedule is subject to change based on the conditions on the day. So all athletes are requested to stand by for the call at 6:30 a.m. and the start at 7 a.m. tomorrow on Sunday, the 31st of May. First of blue, a 1.0. White having a look. White up and riding, and he goes down. Third priority blue, fourth priority white. We are watching the 14 and under boys at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. These surfers have just come out of a Grom Patrol event 2 weeks ago, where many of them made it through to the finals. So this heat will now decide who makes it into the finals of the Nationals event. Red up and riding. Up into the foam for the first turn, trying to re-enter the wave for the second, as we have blue having a look on the right-hander with a steep takeoff, going up into the lip for the first maneuver, and he goes down. 16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores to come through. White having a look. White up and riding. Sets up the bottom turn. Jams the first turn, looking for open face to perform a second maneuver. And he drops back into the wave. And he's out of there. 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Yellow opting out of that one. Red now having a look. Choosing to duck dive that one. A lot of junior surfers also getting into the water, getting into competition here on the West Coast. Currently only one surfer from the East Coast in the water, as all the others come from the West Coast. So seeing a lot of new faces here in competition. It's really great to see new talent on the national tour. And that's what all the work with the Grom searches and the Grom patrols are all about. Blue. Up and riding, and he ups out of there. 14 minutes to go. Situation. In first, white with a 5.0 and a 0.27. In second, red with a 3.0. Red, you need a 2.28 to take the lead. In third, blue with a 1.5 and a 1.0. You need a 1.5 to progress. Blue just a bit late on the takeoff as red takes the opportunity, up and riding into the foam for a foam climb, but takes him down. 13 minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, Harish P, Yogesh A, Harish P in red, Yogesh A in white, Prashant in yellow, and Mukesh in blue. Please check in at the beach marshals and grab your rash guards. Yellow having a look. Up and riding, and he drops into the wave. Still holding on. As he looks to take some direction. 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Red up and riding. Sets up the bottom turn. Carves it back for the first. Pushing hard on the tail. Up into the lip for the second. And just loses it on the third. Eleven minutes and 45 seconds. Last of red, 5.5.
Check, check. Okay.
Close, but not too close. His voice got distorted in last. Same thing, na.
All right, we are at the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. This is 7th edition, and I have one of India's top athletes, Shrikant, here with me. He just finished the quarterfinals. He's qualified for the semis. He had one of the highest, scores of the heats today. And I just wanted to ask, how was your quarterfinals? How are your heats? How do you feel confident going in for tomorrow for your semifinals?
Yeah, I am so confident and excited for tomorrow semi-final. Yeah, the waves are good only, but now the wind is coming, but it's good. Yeah, tomorrow morning, good waves coming, so yeah, excited.
So I think you had a very good ride where you did your a really good wave with a lot of maneuvers on it. How did that wave feel? You were in excellent flow. How did it feel, and what was going through your mind?
Yeah, my coach every time say, you do your car, you do your car surfing, you will be the good at the surfing. So I am thinking that, I am thinking that only. So I got a one really good one. So that one I did a car, so I get a good score.
So in conditions like this, where it's closing out very fast, what sort of maneuver is the easiest to do and what is harder to do?
Yeah, hardest to do, yeah, like air only. Yeah, hardest do one in yeah. You can do in the closer section in the air. Yeah, you will get good score. Maybe the re-entries are that also good.
Okay. And again, this again is all leading up to practice and this thing for the Asian Games. We were talking to Nawaz. He said even the Asian Games is on a beach break. So how important it is to practice in conditions like this.
Yeah, in Japan, like here only, yeah, full beach break, open beach, right and left. The waves are moving and sub, sometimes breaking there, sometimes breaking here. So this place was good for that Japanese.
All right, so I had Shrikant here with me. We see him in action tomorrow for the semifinals of the Men's Open and hopefully in the finals as well. So thank you so much for your time and all the best. See you guys soon.
Red having a look. Red up and riding. He's out of there. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Red having another look on a left. Red up and riding. Cuts back around blue. Looks to hit the oncoming section and he goes down. You are watching the NMPA Indian Surfing Off Open 2026. Brought to you by the new Mangalore Port Authority as well as Karnataka Tourism Development Department. Organized by Mantra Surf Club. And the Surfing Federation of India. As well. White up and riding. Carves back into the pocket. And that one runs away. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Surfers of the juniors 14 and under girls, stand by for your semi-final heat. The second heat of the 14 and under girls is a walkthrough heat. I repeat, it's a walkthrough heat. So Arabalu Netra and Gauri Srimushnam will walk through to the finals. Red up and riding. Time is 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Red finishing up their wave. Time is 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Situation in first red, in second white. White needs a 4.44. Yellow needs a 6.1. Blue in third blue needs a 3.91. In fourth yellow needs a 6.17. Four minutes and 5 seconds to go. 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Three minutes and 20 seconds to go. Red up and riding. Red driving off the bottom, check turn. Up to the top for another, carves back. And sits for the finish. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go. Priority blue, white, yellow. Priority blue, white, yellow. Blue, up and riding. Carving back into the power source. Pumping to get into the double up. Yellow, up and riding. Smooth takeoff. And still going. Some wiggles. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. All right, sound is good now. Last of red, a 7.50. In second, white needs a 8 to take the lead. In third, blue needs a 3.91 to progress. In fourth, yellow needs 6.17 to progress. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yellow up and riding. One minute to go. Blue up and down. 40 seconds to go.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
डीकंस्ट्रक्ट जेल सनस्क्रीन ऑयली स्किन के लिए बेस्ट सनस्क्रीन.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
The NMPA Indian Open of Surfing 2026. I have with me Vibha and Archana. It's a pleasure to talk to them. They are surf athlete mothers, right? It's so great to see them, support their daughters out in these surfing conditions like this. So we really wanted to have them here, talk to them, sort of really motivate, Indian mothers out there to send out their kids in the water as well. So I'll ask a few questions and you can answer those as well. So first of all, yes, in India it's such a big taboo, and it's something looked down upon, having girls in the water, spend a lot of time in the sun, the tanning and all of that. So how do you sort of break through that, and how did you put in your kids and daughters into that? So we'll start with her and then you.
So we love the beach. So it all started like going to the beaches, and we just saw like people surfing, and we thought like all three of us should like me, my husband, and my daughter should surf along. And we saw the interest in Gauri, like catching the waves and like being so adventurous, and she's a daredevil. So we thought we had to continue. We started from Goa, and then we came to Mulki, and here we felt like it's like amazing place to learn, and we have been like coming on and off. I think it's a great start to like push her, and we are so like excited and like proud to be here to start off with the Indian Open surfing. So I'm thankful for like all you guys to support and get her to this place. Thank you.
I'll ask you a different question, which is, I've seen that you both are always around, your daughters. You're always supporting them. You've changed so much of your schedules around them. What does it take to be, a mother of a surfer and an athlete? And, how challenging or, easy it to do it?
Well, it's my pleasure to say that I'm around. It's a pleasure for me to be around Adya and see her surf and help her go ahead with her passion. Yes, there is quite a bit of sacrifices which comes from parental end. Both parents have to do that. But at the end of the day, when we see them excelling, doing good, it's really nice. So it's worth it, whatever we do it.
So yeah, and so just I want you guys to like talk about how we want, as event organizers, as surfers, we want more women and young girls out in the water, participating, have an entire big category for them. What should change in the approach of Indian parents, and we have much more upcoming athletes. So, how would what would your suggestion be? Now you've developed these kiddos into brilliant athletes already, and I would say hang out with Sanvi, they're also becoming brilliant humans as well. The respect and the way they talk to all of us. So how do you think parents should approach this?
I think the parents like they have to support a lot for the children. I mean for the person, especially for the girls, and it all starts from the parents. And if there's no parent support, it's like the girls don't have a choice. And like as well as a mental thing, emotions and everything is counted over here. So with all that, all the girls all the parents should push the girls. There are not many girls over here, and it's beautiful. India is picking up with the surfing thing over here, and it's amazing. Let's like take it to the top. Yes.
My only suggestion and advice to all whoever wish their daughters to be in surfing is don't worry about tanning, don't worry about anything, because the tan is medal which they have won.
Yeah, I think that's a great line, and I think most of the women out there should take this up as, that the tan is the medal you wear, it's hard work you put out in the sun, and it shows. So thank you so much for, supporting these young athletes, bringing them, you coming here and supporting, with your presence here as well. So thank you so much for that, and hopefully you have a bigger gang next time, full of mothers to even for you guys to just chill and they guys have fun in the water, and hopefully you'll have a mothers series next year. So yes, thank you so much for your time. And that was us at the NMPA iOS 2026. And as they were talking about the tanning, we also have SPF part of Deconstruct. So to at least save yourself from the UVs, everyone please go try out the Deconstruct sunscreens. All right, that was us. See you at the next interview. Thank you.
Taken down by that wave. We have 13 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Priority with blue for surfers of semi-final heat 1 for the juniors 14 and under girls. Please check in at the beach marshals area. That's Damu in red, Sanvita in white, and Radhika in yellow. Red up and riding into the lip for the first maneuver. Carves it around for the second. Waiting for the wave to stand up again. And it does. Puts another carve in. And a third. White now up and riding out the back as red finishes his wave. 13 minutes to go. Waiting for scores from the last exchange to give you an update on the situation. Twelve minutes and 10 seconds going. Blue up and riding, opting to go right. Priority is white, yellow. First priority white, second priority yellow. Last of red, 7.50. Highest score of the semis for the juniors 14 and under. Situation in first red with a 7.5 and a 2.17. In second white with a 4.0 and a 0.77. White, you need 5.68 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 2.1, you only need 2.68 to progress. Fourth in blue with a 0.7 and a 0.33, you need a 4.07 to progress. 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Priority is white, red, yellow, blue. First priority white, second priority red, third priority yellow. We have a priority switch, third priority blue, fourth priority yellow. Priority is white, red, blue, yellow. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, Damu, Sanvita, and Radhika, you may head down to the beach. Your paddle-in starts in 3 minutes. Blue goes for a front flip. White having a look. White just going down with the lip. Red up and riding. Up into the lip for the first turn. Pushes the tail out on the second, but doesn't ride out. 9 minutes to go. Surfers of the next heat, your paddle out starts in 2 minutes. Priority white, blue, yellow. Yellow up and riding. Bottom turn, top turn, loses it at the end. Priority blue, red, white. Blue up and riding. Rotates the shoulders for a carve. Red priority situation in the water. In first red with a 7.5 and a 4.17. Last of red a 4.17. Seven minutes and 45 seconds to go. Red up and riding, going towards the oncoming section, and he hits it hard. Carving back for a second maneuver. Now he's going on the left. You can see on one wave, the surfer travels to the right and then to the left. Good wave reading, and now again to the right. And finishes it on the sand. Interesting wave there from our surfer in red. Going right, then left, then right again. 7 minutes to go. As you see, our surfer in red, even though he is far ahead, still running in with lots of energy to give you the best show he can. Last of red, a 6.33. And he looks like he's happy with that. In second white with a 4.0 and a 0.77. White needs 9.83 to take the lead. In third yellow. Yellow now up and riding. Bottom turn, carves back into the pocket. Pumping for the reform, and it runs away. White now having a look on a left. White up and riding. On their backhand, goes up into the lip and jumps over his rail. 6 minutes to go. White in second with a 4 and waiting on the last of white. White currently needing an 9.83 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 2.1 and a 2.03, needing 2.68 to progress. Fourth blue with a 1.33 and a 0.7, needing 3.45 to progress. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Surfers of the next heat, you may paddle out. Five minutes and 10 seconds to go. Waiting on scores for last of white and yellow.
Right, I'm back to trouble Percy again with my questions. So we've been seeing the under categories for a bit now. And I just want to know, you were a Grom yourself, you've been a Grom champion as well. Looking at these athletes here, how's the level of surfing, improved, and how are these kiddos out there, and what do you think on that?
Red up and riding. Yeah, it's interesting to see. Level of surfing of the highest performers is definitely higher than what I was doing back when I was that age. Yellow up and riding, but not that far ahead, to be honest. There were still some really good surfers in the 16 and under categories. And impressive to see also surfers such as Sheikh Dawood from the last heat, just surfing since a couple of years or even less, and already showing quite a bit of progression. So a lot of talent coming up in these junior categories. White up and riding. Up into the lip. And he rides out with a classic completion with both hands down to the stringer. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Priority is blue, red, yellow. Blue, red, yellow. Situation in first red with a 7.5 and a 6.33. In second white with a 4.40 and a 4.0. Needs 9.43 to take the lead. In third yellow with a 2.1 and a 2.07. Yellow needs a 6.3 to progress. In fourth blue with a 1.33 and a 0.7. Blue needs a 7.07 to progress. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority is with red, then yellow, then blue. Surfers of the next heat make it out into the lineup. Surfer in white, you are drifting out of competition area. Yellow, looking at this wave. Yellow up and riding. Getting on to the open face. And just losing it on the first turn. Priority is red, then white, then blue. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Red, looking at this right-hander. Red, setting up the bottom turn, carving off the top for the first maneuver, cutting back with the second, waiting for the wave now to stand up. Forecasting a finishing maneuver on the shore as it, and he finishes his maneuver on the beach. White up and riding with a roundhouse cutback for white. Blue also up and riding, carving but losing it. White still surfing. 45 seconds to go. "30 seconds to go." That is 30 seconds to go. "15 seconds to go." 10 seconds. And your countdown starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಅಗರಬತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
Deconstruct Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
Came through.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
The girls of the next heat. Appu, can you come to the judging area? Appu, can you come to the judging area, please? All right, and we start. We start the heat in 3, 2, 1.
All right, surfers in the water for the under 14 female category for the semi-final. Heat 1 is Dhamyanti in red, Sanvita in white, and Radhika in yellow. As Percy was saying earlier, she is one of the Pujar family clan, and she is the Pujar sister right here on display for us. And we have the surfers in red and white still paddling out. We see the athlete in yellow trying to catch waves. We see her coach trying to help her. Again, the surfer spirit on display right there. Not just the coach, but also the other athletes who've been training with her, running along with her. Just motivates them further. It's always great to see such small moments out there. And just to everyone seeing why he's running so far away is because we have a lot of current. So by the time they paddle out, they're right in the surfing zone. Okay, so we have this athletes in white and red have paddled out. We see white looking for that wave coming in, white paddling, and white up and riding. Just losing out her balance as the wave lost a little bit of power. I just had an interview with some of the athletes' mothers out there. And it was great to learn from them how, they've been supporting these athletes. We have white looking and white up and riding, trying to pump through that wave. We have red up and riding. Still going. She tries to get a long ride and off. So the first scores coming in, white with a 1.33 on her first wave. Right, fresh scores coming in. So in first, white with a 2.33 and a 1.33. In second, red with a 3. Yellow yet to open her wave count. Athlete in red, requesting you to come further down south and then paddle out. Athlete in red, further down south. Absolutely lovely to see how the other young Groms are helping out these young women athletes, helping them carry their boards, running with them. Okay, lifeguards, can we have all the people in the water cleared, please? Athletes, you have 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. I repeat, 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Lifeguards, please ask the people in the water to clear. People in the water. Yellow looking. Lifeguards, please requesting all the people in the water to clear out. We see some big waves coming and these kiddos battling it out.
Deconstruct Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
You want to see in the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing where the best battle it out. We have 12 minutes to go. Athletes in the water, you have 12 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And as we were talking about, she is part of the Pujar family. You can see the Pujar brothers out there trying to help her on with giving her some instruction. White paddling and white up and riding the foam. A small turn, still riding through, a little bit of pumping action, and the wave finishes out. And red looking now on the next wave, and red up and riding. Goes on straight, there's no real section for them to turn into, but still tries to do a little maneuver, and finishes off.
Seeing some good efforts here from our 14 and under girls as they're encouraged by the crowd on the beach to battle it out against the white waters, make it out as far as they can and catch the longest wave possible and try to take some direction. 11 minutes on the clock as scores are locked in. Last of red is a 3.67. Last of white, 2.77. Last of yellow, 0.60. Situation, red in first, red. In second, white, with a 2.77 and a 2.33. White needs a 3.9 to take the lead. In third, yellow with a 0.60 and a 0.23. Yellow needs a 4.5 to progress.
Anna,
Boys
agarbatti
in the
kodi.
water. I know
Togoli.
it's fun to be swimming because it's hot out, but can you please come
ದೇವರಿಗೆ
back
ಬೆಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
Into the shore.
ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾನ.
You can support your fellow competitors from the beach. 10 minutes to
Deconstruct
go.
Gel Sunscreen. Oily skin के लिए best sunscreen.
ಉರಿಯೋ ಸನ್ನು ಆಯಿಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ನು ಡಿಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ ಅನ್ನು.
Situation in the lead red with a 3.67 and a 3.0. In second white, in third yellow. In the water, you're seeing one surfer from the east coast and two from the west.
And athletes in the water, you have 9 minutes to go. I repeat, 9 minutes to go.
Semi-final heat 2, there's only 2 surfers in semi-final heat 2, therefore it is a walk-through heat. Surfer in red is seated first, surfer in white is seated second. Into the finals. So it's a battle between surfers in white and yellow to make it through to the finals. As we see yellow turning around to catch a wave, and she makes it onto her knees. 8 minutes to go. Solid effort from our surfer in yellow. Reds up and riding. She looks to gain control as the white water catches up with her, and she stays with the wave. That was our surfer in red, also a surfing power family. Yellow. Our surfer in red, Damayanti Sriram, is one of the 2 siblings. We have Prahlad Sriram and Damayanti Sriram. So a lot of sibling competitors. With the Pujar siblings, the Sriram siblings, the Murthy siblings. Kishore and Yogesh.
Okay, yellow paddling. And yellow up, the wave just beneath her.
5 minutes and 35 seconds. White turning her board around, and that one slips under.
So we're almost at the end for the heats for the day. 5 minutes to go. I repeat, athletes, 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And another shout out to all our sponsors, Deconstruct, the official SPF partner. We've seen a lot of athletes today try it out in the heat today. And also, Cycle Pure Agabatis, you've been a long-standing partner with the iOS. White looking, white almost up the par too much on that wave. And of course, the Karnataka Surfing Association, the Surfing Swami Foundation for organizing this beautiful event and taking care of all the athletes and officials. And under the aegis of the Surfing Federation of India, along with the Karnataka Tourism Board and Sports Authority of India as well. Yellow up and finally up on a wave and goes all the way to the shore. Her brothers looking on and cheering. With that, you have 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Currently in lead is athlete in red with a 3.67 and a 3.60. In second, white with a 2.77 and a 2.33. And in third, yellow with a 0.93 and a 0.60.
In second white, you need a 4.5 to take the lead. In third yellow, you need a 4.17 to take the lead. Red up and riding, taking some direction, and she's out of there. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. As scores slowly come through for last of red. Yellow up and riding again.
White turning and looking. And white up, using the force of the water and down again.
3 minutes to go. Scores locked in. Situation in first red with a 3.67 and a 3.60. In second white with a 2.77 and a 2.33. Needs a 4.5 to take the lead. In third, yellow with a 1.17 and a 0.93. Needs a 3.93 to progress. White up and riding, and she's down. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Huge shout out for all the 14 and under girls who've made it to the semifinals and who've taken a shot at competing in a national event.
Red
Paddling
up and riding.
Red taking some direction, making it onto the open face and carving back for a maneuver. Still on the open face, she goes for a second carve back into the pocket. And she's out of there. That looked like the best ride of red for me so far. Let's see where the judges go with that.
We have white paddling, and let's that one go.
Last of red, a 5.83, highest scoring ride of the heat. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. White up and down. One minute to go. Situation in first red, in second white, in third yellow. Yellow needs a 3.93 to progress. White needs 6.73 to take the lead. Just 40 seconds on the clock as red takes another wave, looking to back up their high score. Yellow also looking, and she's up and out. 30 seconds to go. Fifteen seconds to go. 10 seconds. And the heat comes to an end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Great to see as the athletes coming out. We see the siblings out there cheering on, but also a lot of the pro athletes and senior athletes out there cheering on along with Arun Vasu as well. So great to see the sportsmen and the athlete spirit right here in display. And I think everyone needs to applaud and support these young kiddos out there in these harsh conditions. They did not give up. So let's give a round of applause for all the under 14 girls coming out. With that, I think it's time for me, Ritik, and Percy to sign off. Been a pleasure again, an action-packed day 2. And last final words from Percy right here.
This was day 2 of the NMPA Indian Open of Surfing, brought to you by the new Mangalore Port Authority and the Karnataka Tourism Department, organized by Mantra Surf Club, the Surfing Federation of India, and the Surfing Swami Foundation, supported by sponsors such as Cycle Pure Agarbati and Deconstruct, as well as NorthernSky and TT Group, supported by the Karnataka Youth and Sports Development Department.
And just another shout out, sorry for coming in, to the NorthernSky for developing and maintaining this beautiful beach, the Tannirbhavi Eco Blue Flag Beach, the only certified eco beach in Dakshin Kannada. And as you were saying, huge shout out to the sponsors as well.
Tomorrow, day 3 of the event, we will be up at 6:30 a.m. for a call and 7 a.m. potential start. We will potentially be starting with the Surfing Men's Open semifinals and have a whole day of semifinals and finals to determine the champions of the NMPA's Indian Open of Surfing.
And with
Catch up with us tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. See you tomorrow.
And with that, I think we also have a head judge surfing in the water, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So everyone out there, you can judge him on his surfing in the water right now. We have a head judge in the water surfing, enjoying the waves right here at the Tannirbhavi Eco Beach. And like Percy said, exciting events lined up for tomorrow, exciting heats. All the athletes are pumped and ready. So are we. Signing off. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. All right, important update, athletes. Lunch is prepared and served in the same spot. We've been doing it daily. So requesting all of you with your wristbands
you.